Yo, yo, good morning, good morning. How we doing? Are we good? Argentina key nerfed again? What have they done to it now? What have they done to it now? Welcome in, Bakoto, good morning. Good morning, good morning. I need to rearrange a few things here. Need to get some auctions sorted first thing this morning. Keep on top of stuff. Bank not available, of course it's not. Yeah, what have they done to this key then? 15-minute cooldown and you always get to Silver Moon. No follower dungeon trick. Oh, yeah, because gamers gamified the last hotfix. Well, of course they were going to do that. They didn't want everybody to have like a stupid fast cooldown back to the capital city, clearly, because, you know, time is money. The last 3 inscription treasure knowledge point is annoying to get. Yeah, they've all been found now. The difficulty is that they're all a little bit like a few of them are. I've come to the conclusion that it's a shard related thing. They've rolled out a hotfix, but the hotfix probably only applies to like brand new shards. Now the shard system in WoW works based upon population. For as long as there's plenty of people in that shard, it stays active. When it goes below a certain number of people active on that shard, they get merged into another shard, and that shard closes down, and, you know, maybe a new one spins up. I think because they're rolling out hotfixes, not like actual builds, the people that have found themselves on a shard that's like relatively new are able to find these treasures, and people who've been sat on an old shard. You've got no real way to control this either, by the way. It's just kind of like, it's just kind of potluck. This is why people bouncing between war mode and bouncing between, you know, just logging in and out, probably find them. After weekly reset, we should all see it. Yeah. After reset, everybody should be able to find them regardless, is my assumption. But this is the downside of hotfixes. Hotfixes will only apply to like newly spun up shards, I would guess. I don't know that for certain, but it makes logical sense to me at least. But welcome in, boys and girls. Happy Saturdays to yous. I wasn't really planning on streaming over the weekend. I was actually planning on just getting a few IRL stuff done, believe it or not. But Solo Boy, my little man dog, had his snips yesterday. He has been de-coconutted, so he's a bit under the weather. Although he doesn't come across as being under the weather. He seems to be his usual crazy self, but he's got his cone of shame, and he has to take it easy. He like forcefully has to take it easy, which is why the other 2 dogs are here with me. He has to take a chill pill for a few days. Let himself recover. Kind of knew it happened when I saw the Wowhead article. Yeah, if gamer do gamer things, then it's clearly always going to get reevaluated, isn't it? It's kind of crazy how they can hotfix something like that twice in a few days, but they can't fix like other clearly broken stuff. Although the abundance seems to be relatively just working now. I haven't heard for 24 hours anybody complaining that the abundance doesn't work. Has anybody tried with their Dundon shards this morning? Are they still doing what they need to do? I might poke my head in there and do a few Dundon runs later. See what the crack is all about. A lot of people said it's actually kind of quite fun. it's one of those. It's kind of like all of these big world events. It's fun until you've had to do it for like 10 hours straight across all of your characters. I think the actual metagaming of this is not going to be doing the Dundon runs. I think that's going to be a piece of piss. That's just 24 minutes of your life. I think what's going to be the real trick is getting an efficient way of getting the Dundon shards every week. Probably why I'm not going to do it on more than just a handful of dedicated crafters, I don't think. Anybody that's spinning up a build that is yet to or still needs knowledge points and still has like a real strong need for it, then maybe, but just once when I did 40-man raid abundance, it lagged and I didn't get my 900 unalloyed. I was alt-tabbed on a second account. This is another thing I need to contemplate. Is this something that can be multi-boxed? I mean, I'm sure it probably can, but is there some, I mean, it's probably not something that's very smart to just deliberately try and AFK it, is it? That's probably asking for trouble. I don't think I'm going to do stock replenishment on any of these realms today, thinking about it. We might just get the job done. Yeah, I thought I'd wear pink today, just in solidarity to Sulo and his missing balls, since his government name is Mr. Pink. So I thought I'd dig out a pink sweatshirt. I seem to be getting a bit of a sore throat or something though. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I do have a horrible suspicion that playing this game 12 hours a day for the last God knows how long is starting to catch up on me a little bit. I don't want a forced vacation. I've only just come back to streaming. I don't need another one. I don't need another forced vacation. Well, to be fair, the last time I took... Well, we took a 2-week break from streaming. That wasn't because I took a 2-week break, though. That's the thing. I was more busy in those 2 weeks than I am when I am streaming. Oh, it's Women's Day in Finland today, is it? Oh, there we go. Oh, well, in that case, then, I should probably... Yeah, we'll go with that reason, shall we? We'll go with that reason. We'll go with that reason. Congratulations, all women, on not being men. Gathering weekly treasures more annoying and time spent than the abundance. Yeah, it's kind of odd. It's an odd one, isn't it? Because they gave a false impression on the beta of them being like actually easy to obtain, and I was actually kind of quite excited that they seem to have upped the drop chance of them on the beta. But for the live version of the game, not so much. Not so much. They seem to still be a bit of a chore that I will probably not bother with. The reality is once you are spec builds need less knowledge points this time, and so unless you are doing something like tailoring, for example, that needs every single knowledge point you can possibly get. I mean, already, for example, I'm sort of capping like max build professions, so there isn't really going to be much need to just like hammer these profession treasures on all your crafters for very long. it's probably going to be one of the first things I will just go, yeah, we're not doing that. Especially since they've nerfed the quantity. Like, engineering is now... engineering, I think, is now only 1 knowledge point each instead of the 2 by default that it was dishing out all the time on the beta. So, once again, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know why they... why, once again, they feel the need to, like, rug pull everybody. But it is what it is. Yesterday, I was relisting auctions, and I was trying to do it whilst also on the main account queuing for dungeons and just, like, interrupting my rhythm by running a dungeon, but I'm not going to bother doing that. I'm just going to get the relist done out the way this morning. It's going to take me about an hour, to be fair. It's going to take a little while. I got too much stuff, but with it being the weekend, the first weekend of an expansion, I have a sneaky suspicion that there is just going to be an absolutely disgusting amount of people playing this next 48 hours. So getting my decor relisted feels like quite an important thing to do. I've also got a few bits of rare profession gear distributed on some of these realms as well. It's worth keeping that at a competitive rate. One thing I will say, now this could be the absolute kiss of death, so I apologise if this ends up being the case, but the auction house feels pretty rock solid. I mean, let's not forget, this time in the War Within, the auction house didn't work. I mean, let's not forget, for like basically 3 days, 4 days, I think it was, at the War Within, the auction house just didn't work. So whatever they've been doing, like, behind the scenes to keep it running smoothly, credit where credit's due, Blizzard. Done a good job so far. What's the best way of structuring my alts for professions? Each character 1 profession or 2 per character? Long term, I mean. Long term, why would you not have 2 on them? You need half as many characters then. As far as crafting is concerned, you really only need 4 characters to have all of the crafting professions. You obviously then need 6 characters if you want all of the gathering stuff as well, but you need a tiny amount. There's tiny requirements to have all of the crafting professions. Am I selling only the max rank blue profession gear? For the most part, yeah. For the most part, I need some big sales on that to help recuperate the cost of powering some of the professions. But this is the problem I've had over the last few days, and this feels like just a bit of a general overall vibe for me. I didn't go into this expansion with really any sort of plan, and it really fucking shows, because I've just kind of like pissed about with loads of different random things and have not really fully focused on anything. Like, genuinely, I don't think I've properly focused on anything. Like, I have 1 level 90. My main character isn't even max level yet. Sure, I got the renowns all in place. I got 6, 6, 6, and 9. I got all of the renowns in place in terms of knowledge books. And I've leveled a few professions here or there, but I've not really focused myself in any one single market or area. And of course, that showcases itself in the profit margins as well. The fact that I'm still massively in the red for the expansion, even though everything I've set up is basically spinning a profit now. I'm still recuperating the setup costs for a lot of things. And of course, when you buy a whole bunch of materials, it takes time to sell them all, but to spin the profit. So, I'm the fact that I haven't really hardcore committed to anything is a bit of a lapse for me personally. But I did go into this expansion saying that I am going to take it more chill. Now I know this doesn't look more chill, but this was something that this is my day to day. Getting my auctions relisted, doing a bit of bit of flipping here and there is my day to day. Got to keep the day to day working so you can mess around doing other silly things. I didn't hyper focus on one area and try and milk it for everything it's worth, of which if I had would have definitely been more lucrative, I'm sure, but sell down here. A couple of bits of decor. 40k of decor. I knew this was going to be the case for me though, a little bit. I knew that we'd been spoilt with decor the last couple of months. Being spoilt with decor took the heavy desire to milk the early expansion for everything it's worth. I mean, that's not an excuse, but it's like when I know I can, relisting, flipping my decor is still like easy 100k an hour for me. Like easy 100k an hour. So it's so a lot of the stuff in Midnight is just kind of like, yeah, it'd be cool, but I'm happy chilling. Went in with a plan of having an alt army, haven't gotten to do anything on the professions because there's so much stuff to flip and so little time to play. Well, this is the other thing, right? You kind of forget that time is at an absolute premium at the beginning. Everybody has 24 hours. Some people don't want to play the game for 24 hours. Some people might have more or less time to play, which means you have to decide what you're going to do. This is why goal making is so good at the beginning of an expansion, though. Because if we're all trying to figure out where is the best usage of our time, because time is at a bit of a premium at the beginning, you start to understand why people who, hyper focus on Mythic Plus or on raiding or on PvP or on collecting or on housing, or you start to understand very quickly why all of those players don't give a single minute of the day towards their professions or goal making, and so hence why they're forced to spend the gold that they have buying it all off somebody else. And that's why goblins make a premium at the beginning of an expansion, because they're willing to do the thing that most people are not willing to do at all. That's my view on it, at least. Kind of, as long as I can sort of feel as if I keep my crafting professions on my main characters sort of ticking over nicely, I think I'll be content. We make some gold, we make some gold. As long as we have fun along the way, I don't care how much we make. Yesterday, my gold per hour after the auction house cut was 540k whilst farming the Majestics. To be fair, it was only 2 hours, 10 minutes. Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it, right? That's the thing. That's the absolute dream, right? This is the scenario I've had with decor for ages. Sure, I can make 100k plus an hour with decor, like easy business. But there's the flip side of that. I can only there's heavy diminishing returns on that after like doing it for a couple of hours a day. Heavy diminishing returns. So it's a very, very lucrative thing to do in like for a small blast. But that works perfectly for me because then it doesn't force me to feel like I need to play the game 8 hours a day. Which, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, I'm absolutely fine with. And technically, being the content creator I'm supposed to be, if I have a couple of hyper efficient hours from the purpose of gold making to play the game and make a bunch of gold, then I've got more time in the day to, you know, make sure the guides are up to speed and we've got some YouTube content ticking over, or I can stream, because this is my favorite part of the day. Getting up, drinking my coffee, doing the stream for a few hours is without a shadow of a doubt the best part of my day. Any update on the abundance? Well, for the most part, it seems to be okay now. It doesn't see like I'm basically not seeing any reports of it being broken, so it seems like it's probably pretty safe to do. Now I just chill the rest of the day, play the game normally. Yeah, I mean, if you can bang out those Majestic farm, I liked seeing the data. I enjoyed seeing the data just on how many Majestics turn up on the auction house within like 2 hours of the reset happening, as everybody gets the opportunity to kill those things again. It's kind of crazy. Clearly a big zerg of it in the morning. Huge zerg of killing Majestic beasts in the morning, and then people run out of alts. I mean, fair play to those who've set up like 40, 50, 60 plus characters with skinning already. I've done it a few times, and clearly I'm not very optimized at it, but flipping out, felt like a chore. I'm glad people are getting paid, though. I actually, I tend to think that this Majestic farm is not a bad long-term investment either. Simply down to the fact that these Majestics are used far wider. Much like our logic with the tailoring bolts, this expansion. Majestic hide, fang, and fin, or sorry, claw and fin, whatever they're called. They're used in so many more recipes. The fact that they're used in like yeah, exactly. The fact that they're used in like consumables is really good. It's not just a reagent for like an end game piece of spark gear or something. That's cool, sure. But when materials start being consumed in commodities, then you know
sweet profit.
Then you know that there's going to be cash money in that for quite some time. EN56, thank you very much for the 14. Appreciate that. Thank you. I've no idea how to like. I mean, it's not really a name, is it? Unless it's meant to spell something that I don't know. Either way, thank you very much for the 14. Appreciate it. Just saw that there's some raid drop recipes listed on the auction house on a few servers. Looks like those bags do indeed drop them again. Yeah, the Sunfire spell thread, I think it is a raid recipe drop, and that's clearly being crafted by somebody. And that's clearly also going to be a Biss. That's the Biss spell thread as well. So somebody is laughing all the way to the bank on that. Wonder if Zan got it. I think if Zan did get it, he probably wouldn't be spending as much time as he is doing flipping concentration alts. I don't think he'd be bothering to stream, let me put it that way, if he did get it. I think he bought it last expansion, didn't he? Didn't he pay like 2 mil or something for it last expansion to be like one of the first people to have it? But somebody's already bought it, somebody's already got the recipe, somebody's already crafting it. That first to market advantage is kind of gone. But yeah, it's the only way that those exist is from those 600 Moxy bags. And that's 600 Moxy is no joke, by the way. Genuinely, 600 Moxy is no joke. I can't like engineering is probably the only way to get 600 Moxy reliably and relatively quickly, but it's not fucking cheap. I can tell you that. It's not cheap. You have to recycle like your life depends on it in order to get all the recipes. Maybe I'd go as far as to say, you can't do it. There's not even enough recipes on leatherworking. There's not even enough recipes on leatherworking to easily get 600 Moxy. Yeah, it's no easy game to get 600 Moxy in the first place. I would go as far as to say somebody probably shot for the moon and just bought the recipe off somebody else that just got wildly lucky. I don't think anybody has orchestrated that advantage, if that makes sense. I don't think anybody's farmed up the recipes to learn it. Probably some goblin who, you know, some sniper goblin spotted the recipe for 50k or something somewhere because somebody had no idea what they were doing and somehow magically got it. It's usually the way it works. 4 Majestics yesterday from the Grand Beast. Go on. Go on. The only thing I'm tempted to do is give all of these characters, because these are, like, I'm doing auction house flipping on level 80s, which is completely ludicrously unnecessary. Like, so batshit crazy level unnecessary. I could be doing all of this on level 10s. So, in theory, and I did actually consider, this was the one of the only things I planned that I might do. I didn't go into this expansion with much of a plan, like I mentioned, but this was one of the only things that I planned that I might do, was to replace all of these level 80 auction house flippers with level 10s, which means I need to make like 80 more characters. And I was going to give all of these guys skinning. And I was basically from day one going to multi-box those flipping Majestics. Now, in hindsight, I'd probably be 50 mil richer by now if I'd done it. But I didn't. So, like many things, I like the idea of going on the journey of doing it, but I also know myself that logging through 80 characters to kill Majestic dudes would probably cripple me. That said, doing it 4 at a time is actually means I'm only, you know, summoning a beast 20 times. That's what I could probably do. Just do it 20 times on one boss and just call it a day. Get from it what I get from it and not sweat it. It's still viable. We could, like I said, I do think that there's still going to be value in this most of the expansion. I just know, give it enough time, the fucking 500 level 80 remix account Andes are just gonna hop on this so hard. Do we have any clever way to use the... No, unfortunately not. They're war bound, so at least you can put them in the war bank, but you still have to go to the character. You still got to have war bank access. You still got to take one out. Yeah, I've thought about that myself. On is there an easier solution to this? And I haven't found one, unfortunately. Got 4 skinners so far. I've seen 3 Majestics drop. I've not got many skinners. I've only done it like on 3 characters every day, but I'm pretty consistently seeing at least a Majestic or 2 every day, I would say. Which, you know, it's half an hour's work for an... The thing is that the way I'm doing it and the rate in which I'm doing it, it's not even that worth doing, because like, if I only get 1 or 2 Majestics a day, that's like 20k. It takes me an hour to do it. I'd be better off just farming for an hour. It's another one of those things that it ramps up in value if you do it at scale. Doing it on 1 or 2 characters, not really worth. 10 minutes for full Majestic tour. Arendar one's a bit of a bitch though. Yeah. Yeah, it needs more consideration. But I know I'm already busy doing so many other things. This is kind of referring back to my same point. I need to just focus on something. I need to stop jumping from one thing to another to another. I hate to say it, but I do a lot of this sort of stuff mostly for content. It's not because I'm trying to cheese views or anything, but like I like to showcase a variety of different stuff that's going on. I'm a bit of a one-trick pony. That's I'm aware of that. But at the beginning of an expansion, it's worth trying to do a few different things. Two hours, 10 minutes to get about 460k. Just doing the ones that scale to 80. Yeah. Well, you see, there you go. That's like 200k an hour plus, isn't it? It's like, it's just easy work. Once you've covered the time it takes to set it up, it's just, you know, it's easy business. Surely they're going to go up in price. There's only like 400 on the auction house, the Majestic items. I don't know. I don't like speculating on price. The fact that they are used in enchants and the season hasn't started yet does lead me to believe that we are not at the point where their demand is at the highest, at least. Let's put it that way. I do think we are going to see greater demand for them. But every single day that passes, there is more and more and more and more and more supply, so hence why I wouldn't necessarily assume that they'll go up in value significantly. There's just as much chance in my eyes of them going down in price. Which is why farmers always win. They don't care. They don't care. You think it's intended to not ever be able to prospect thorium into quality 2 materials? Yes, because thorium doesn't have quality. It's not really meant to be prospected. You can, but the price it has to get down to before you consider prospecting it is very low. I think I worked it out roughly that dazzling thorium, because it gives a similar, it has thorium is basically worth about 10 times the price of a piece of copper. But you're not really meant to be prospecting copper either. Tin and silver is the most likely prospected ores. This leads thorium to basically just slowly but surely dip in value until Dawn-crafters try picking a bit up and smushing it, but it's not really a very valuable material, so like full stop. I think prospecting is going to see some wild changes when the season actually they're not going to change prospecting. I just think that the outcome of prospecting is going to be very different when the season starts. Because fucking nobody wants gems right now. So like the half the market for prospecting is not really there. I'd say crushing probably has a stronger market right now than prospecting does. Obviously, you can't really do one without the other, but... And I'm pretty sure it's plausible now. In fact, no, I know... you can have a full build prospecting character. I'm not sure you can quite yet get a full build brushing character. I think you're still a few knowledge points short. And then it'll only be a couple of weeks' time before you can do all of it on one character. I usually do a prospecting video. I should probably do one. Once you put 60 points into prospecting and 3 blue tools, you should be able to. Well, no, because thorium doesn't have quality. You got to remember that there's a relationship between all of the different ores. If they made it so that you could prospect thorium, just think about it from this perspective, right? If they made it so that you could prospect thorium with a full build and get quality 2 materials out of it, all that would happen is it would over double the price of thorium. Like, that's literally all that would happen. Like, it's all a maths game. It doesn't matter that you can or that you can't. You just do what you just do what's the right thing to do at any time based upon the price of the materials and the ore. The system behind it doesn't really matter. This is why when you start an expansion, or some people even do this before the expansion launches, you take your data, you try and figure out what the rates of stuff are, and then you run it through a calculator, and the calculator tells you which is the most optimum way to get the materials, and that's the way you do it. It doesn't matter either way if you can or can't prospect thorium into top quality stuff. Because you can't, nobody else can. So it's fair and it's equal. So it doesn't matter. At least having it this way, thorium isn't like 1,000 gold apiece. And you'd end up with thorium being so expensive that it still wouldn't make any value to do it. So it doesn't matter. It ultimately doesn't matter. It would only matter if it was the only way to get something. Imagine it was the only way to get quality 2 diamonds, for example. Then, yeah. There was, before, right in the very early stages, I think this might have even still been on the alpha. Actually, there was the possibility that concentrating on prospecting thorium was going to be a bit of a meta, but they made it way easier to get diamonds from the other ores so that wouldn't be a thing. Otherwise, it could have ended up being that prospecting on thorium to produce... Yeah, prospecting thorium with concentration was looking like at one point it was going to be the most reliable way to get high quality diamonds, which of course would have caused absolute chaos and would have caused the diamond price to be ludicrous. But the fact that you can get quality 2 diamonds from quality 2 copper, tin, and silver, it basically now means you don't have to worry about prospecting thorium. I have a full crushing character, by the way, capped on resourcefulness as well, possible on a Draenei. Yeah, you'd only be like 4 or 5 knowledge points short normally, so, you know, a few extracurricular flicker orders in the last couple of days, you could probably get there, yeah. New Nullstone's the herb one. That thing's pretty expensive. The Lotus. Lotus is only expensive right now because it is used in a bunch of profession equipment. So there's been a bit of a spike in demand for it the last couple of days. I mean, that the Lotus was down to only a few hundred gold. Now it's gone back up again because people are buying a bunch of it. For crafting profession gear. It's not really flask season yet, so the demand for the Lotus isn't particularly high. That said, if you are planning on speccing into flasks, it's not a terrible idea to start getting your hands on a bunch of it now, while there isn't really that much demand. Sell here. Bits. I don't know. I don't know how many of you were in the Discord and saw. I sold a T-Boo's longsword yesterday. 700k. Which was a nice spicy price. That helped cover the cost of a few profession levels for sure. Fun fact, it was the most expensive one in the EU. Yes, you heard that right. Not the cheapest one in the EU, the most expensive one in the EU. Who says you need to be the cheapest to sell Transmog? It was nice as well, because it was one that I didn't even buy to flip it. It's one I just randomly found while I was leveling some toons a few months ago. So that was a nice thing to loot from the mailbox yesterday. Hence why it's hence why I'm still, even at the beginning of the expansion, keeping up with relisting my auctions, because you know, the odd occasional miracle sale like that adds up. I always wonder if maybe people know it's you. I've had some really weird stuff like that sell. Well, I mean, everybody sees my character lists, but none of my characters really link back to me. Now, I'm not openly trying to hide who my bank characters are, but at the same time, they're not all called Mantheus, you know? So I don't really think it's ever people buying something off me just because it's some streamer privilege. I don't have people fanboying over me. I don't think. I'm pretty sure that's not a thing.
Is that your wallet? Are you just glad to see me?
I'm, you know.
Both, I hope.
I'm the wrong body type for starters. It's in power with a 48. Thank you very much. Big numbers. Big numbers. At normal price and not undercut. Love to see that. I need to decide what we're going to do once I've relisted all these auctions. Keep my decor up to speed. Kind of feel really weird for not having my main character at level 90. Obviously, I got my druid at 90. And fun fact, I've barely used that druid once since he's dinged level 90. Turned out the fact that it had herbalism and mining and not skinning didn't really make it that useful at level 90. Not sure what enchanting build to go for. I've not set any knowledge points, and you've got 95 of them. You can probably nearly fully specialize into one single enchant with that. My recommendation would be to take a look at any enchant that you buy with Moxy. The trainer taught recipes are absolutely in the bin right now, and probably will stay that way. But any recipe that you buy with Moxy, or any recipe that you need to do something to go and get, is probably a good place to specialize into. With 95 knowledge points, you should be able to... Well, I mean, it's 90 knowledge points, isn't it, to guarantee it at quality 3. But you probably don't want to go that route. You probably want to go the route of optimizing your cost first, because the demand for quality 3 enchants right now is basically not there. You're better off min-maxing your crafting cost on something, and then looking at mass producing that at normal quality and selling as much of them now, while you get those remaining knowledge points until you can eventually have optimized cost and mass produce at top quality. Would be my play. Abundance capped at 900. Sounds like it, yeah. Sounds like it. Got a can of Monster in the fridge, but I don't really want to open it just yet. Just had a massive great big coffee. I shouldn't, like, blast caffeine. But it's Saturday. I don't know. I need to replenish my war bank with a bit of gold, actually. So much of my liquid gold now is distributed on these realm flipping characters. The fact that I don't really use the war bank all that much for distribution of decor, I use a guild bank instead, means that they're ending up sitting on quite a lot of gold, some of these. The war bank total is being pretty hammered. Syrian leggings of the quick blade? What the fucking hell is that? Cares? Sale's a sale. Can you explain what Moxy is? Yeah, Moxy's just your profession currency for this expansion. We've had Artisan's Metal, we've had Artisan's Security previously. Similar vibes. As it stands right now, it can basically only be spent on recipes anyway. So if you've got enough of it to buy some recipes, buy some recipes. Previously, you had to use it to craft tools, and you had to use it to buy knowledge point books, and so there was a bit of a decision to be made where to spend it. They've not done any of that this time round. It's just basically for buying recipes, and after that, it's just kind of... You can exchange 600 Moxy for a little goodie bag that's got a few materials in it, and the chance of a raid recipe, which obviously would be crazy money to pull one of those right now, but still not really worth gambling your 600 Moxy on. I don't feel. But you do you. Yeah, the main difference though is it's locked to each profession. You have a enchanter's Moxy and a Jewelcrafter's Moxy and whatever. Do like a long odded gamble. Well, it's yeah, the house is definitely going to win on that one, but there's nothing in the middle. You either lose or you hit the jackpot. But it would suck balls if you got a recipe that was just like some trash recipe. So oh, 95 stream streak, Kahani. That's pretty impressive, man. Thank you, thank you. 5 to go. I'll make sure to just like start OBS, stop OBS, start OBS, stop OBS, start OBS, stop OBS in like 4 streams time. I wouldn't do that. That would be mean. You do that by crash. Well, that's true. To maintain a 95 stream streak with the amount of times my stream crashes as well. Yeah, that's actually that's pretty good going. Do we think that the blue tools will have more demand this weekend as more people level? Maybe. This is the first major weekend of the expansion. Obviously, we had early access last weekend, but that's, you know, it's a limited pool of people. This weekend is literally the big week. This is what you should consider weekend number 1, really. Because now anybody playing is access, and anybody that's been, you know, anybody in theory should be starting to like have their level 90, start doing some end game, you know, this sort of stuff. Might be the first couple of days they get to sit down and like actually play properly. Which character am I meant to be logging on to? Was it this one? Yeah, we'll see. It's difficult to sort of gauge demand on the professions since the need to zug them is not really there. I mean, we're only a few days into the expansion. We've still got like 10 days until the season starts. So it's like it's gonna drag. I was trying to warn people ahead of time that this phase before the season starts is gonna go on forever. Or at least it's gonna feel that way. You gotta remember, most of the time people see markets like rise and crash within a 2-week period. And we've got all of that just before the season even starts. I wish they'd do Season 1 start next week. Why prolong it to the 17th? It's too long even without early access. Yeah, not to mention they're doing a heroic week as well. So it's like 2 weeks until the start of the season. Then we've got a heroic week before Mythic opens up. And then it's usually a week or two after the Mythic is open until like the real demand kicks in. So it's like I said, and then we've got staggered raids this season. So it's gonna feel a lot different to normal expansion launches, I think. And it already is. It's already starting to feel vastly different to previous expansion launches. Anybody that tried to absolutely blast Professions has had, I think, overall a slightly more difficult time doing it this time. Simply because there's no gamer do gamer ways to carve out an advantage. You know, the amount of knowledge points that you have access to is basically the same amount of knowledge points that other people have access to. And if you're doing anything that goes anywhere near the region-wide auction house, then you're competing with everybody. It's keeping your nose ahead of everybody else is a bit more challenging this expansion. This is why things like setting up skinning on a bunch of characters, for example, is an edge that you can carve out for yourself that others might not have access to. Hard time farming the Dundons. Where are you guys getting them? Don't say Zulaman. Surprisingly, fishing is actually one of the ways a lot of people have said that they're getting them. And that's not a terrible idea, because fishing even seems to be, with all of the lure skinning stuff going on. Those flipping guppies are pretty pricey right now. Just know that if you have knowledge points to get the chests in Zulaman very low in the whole area, without knowledge points on, you see more of them. Eh? I don't know what you're talking about. Guppy's almost 300 when the null void fish is still like 20 gold. Don't say that too loud. You know what happens. You know what happens in here when you say something's cheap and stay cheap for very long. If you have to get knowledge points in your professions, you see less chests in Zulaman. If you finish getting them, you see way more. Nah, there's no way that's true. There's no way that's a thing. That feels a little flat earth to me. There's got to be some sort of bias going on in that. Tested it on characters. I've got 2 accounts in Zulaman. One sees the chests that others can't in the same place. Grouped together on the same shard, on the same layer. And that's weird if that is the case. You get epic profession tools. Not yet. Requires farming the abundance to get the epic gear. So you're saying if you farm Zulaman for your profession treasures. Once you've got the profession treasures, you will then start seeing more chests in Zulaman, which will then help you get your Dundon shards quicker. So the TLDR is just farm Zulaman for everything. Interesting. It's like there's 2 different phases. It's very odd. Very odd. Would you go resourcefulness or ingenuity? Resourcefulness. Ingenuity has basically no use this expansion. There is some argument for Ingenuity only on a fully max built enchanter though, which you're not going to be doing on. And that's only for the purpose of crafting using concentration. But everything else, you absolutely 100% want resourcefulness. Yeah, I can't. I through all of my testing on all of the professions, I can't find any single scenario outside of a fully max build enchanter using Ingenuity. Just nobody uses Ingenuity. Even from the point of concentration, even when you're using concentration, nobody's using Ingenuity. So much so, in fact, I can see that once again probably being one of the things that they might even just remove in. They might even just remove Ingenuity in the last Titan because it's absolutely fucking useless. It is mathematically the wrong choice every time. The last enchanting knowledge point treasure was fixed, by the way. Yes, it's probably worth noting. I have updated my mini guides in the Discord with all of the treasure locations. Moo, the knowledge point tracker, has also, or is at least aware of them. I don't know if they have updated them yet. But the knowledge tracking week aura should also be updated soon, TM. It's been updated? Okay, cool. Yeah, I was chatting with them yesterday. They couldn't actually find them on their shard as well, so there's definitely some weird phasing issues, but I gave them the thumbs up that I definitely found them. They're definitely there. It's just a bit of a sharding issue for now, which will probably fix itself with the weekly reset, so... Sindori Engineer Gloves, Sindori Alchemy Hat. Getting a couple of the stuff selling. Penguin tested it a handful of hours ago. It looks like you just can't be in war mode. Yeah, it's clearly a phase thing. It's clearly a phase thing. My suspicion is that because it's come through as a hotfix, not part of a build, it means it will only work on newly spun up shards. It won't work on the old shards because a lot of the shards could be from before the hotfix was implemented. So with weekly reset, it should just wipe everything and all the new shards get spun up, and then it should all perfectly work for everybody. Because of course, war mode is a different shard to you know, non-war mode. It's just one of those weird, your mileage may vary until it's actually put in the build properly and the servers are restarted. We get new patron orders this evening. I don't keep track of them. I'm just literally checking my patron orders every day. You kind of need to right now anyway, because they've added the flipping flicker system in. Like, so there's catch-up to obtain, even though you could have been keeping on top of your patron orders and you still have to start chasing catch-up. It, like, the way that they've implemented this bonus knowledge this week is actually really frustrating, because I was trying to keep up with my knowledge points from my patron orders so that I didn't have to piss around with this stupid catch-up system, because I hate it. It's more efficient to just log on every couple of days and do your patron orders, but no, seems we have to log on every single day to check for the flicker orders now, which is fine. Playing the game a lot every day anyway, but right, we need that monster. I was contemplating a second coffee, but it's monster o'clock. It's monster o'clock. I've got a few realms to go through, but these are the we're starting to get to the realms where I end up buying things on rather than selling things on, so there's not much auction house work to do on these guys. So me getting flickers doesn't mean that I messed up and missed knowledge. No, it's how Blizzard have basically rectified that some people were getting weekly knowledge in early access when they technically shouldn't have been able to. So Blizzard's way to fix that was to basically give us a bonus, push us a week forward as far as the game is concerned, which would trigger catch up for people who didn't get the weekly knowledge when they shouldn't do, but the people that did get it then wouldn't qualify for it. So it's in theory it's back to being fair again, excluding a couple of pretty gross exploits, but we don't talk too much about those. Hope it's properly chilled. Yes. Well, my fridge in here is basically a drinks fridge, so I keep it at like 3 degrees. I got a whole bunch of alchemists and engineers I still need to set up, which could be on the cards for today. I've set up all of my other characters. Although, actually thinking about it, I did that a few days ago. We might nearly be at... Oh shit, what day is it? Saturday. Oh, we might be at concentration spend day again. Might have to double check that. Yeah, there's hardly any auctions actually being listed on these realms now. With the exclusion, I think, Argent Dawn. Got a shitload of pets for sale on Argent Dawn, but that's about it. That's not fair in any way. Those people got the knowledge points in early access and have them all since then. And then we have to... Well, yes, I agree with you that it would still be better if that wasn't the case. But Blizzard ballsed up. Like, short of them taking those knowledge, how would they go about taking those? The reality is Blizzard shouldn't have ballsed up. You can't really blame the player for that. The players, players who were jumped on in early access and were doing skinning and were getting skinning knowledge points, and it's not their fault the weekly knowledge point system was switched on. It's Blizzard's balls up, but it's unfortunately not really something that they're able to 100% fairly fix. But at least it puts everybody on an equal standing. So they've rectified it in that regard. Just does take some people a little bit longer to get those knowledge points than others. Treatise thing with the engineers, though, that should be a ban. Well, that I agree with. Nobody accidentally clicks their book 500 times, do they? Nobody sets up auto key presses to press a book 500 times accidentally. How are they going to fix that? Oh, well, that one's easy to fix. You just ban the player. Job done. That's easy. Don't need to rectify that one. That's not too hard to rectify. Ban the player. That player goes away. Fashion and gold and advantage with it. I mean, let's be really clear. Like, that could not be more obvious to Blizzard who did it and who didn't, though. They just pass. They can easily see how many knowledge points every character has. Now, if you've got a full engineering knowledge tree, then pretty clear you did something you shouldn't have done. Notice some of my tailors had full cloth charges. Yeah, tailoring bolts are also... Oh, we sold engineers gloves and backpack over here. Tailoring bolts have also been a bit scuffed, which is annoying. Because for the probably 5th time now, they've ballsed it up with the exact same flipping stupidity. Now, if you log on and your tailors have lots of cloth bolt cooldowns, then sure, send it, in my opinion. But it's if you're going out of your way to find out how to reset them when they shouldn't reset, then you're playing a clown's game. Don't be a clown. Third expansion in a row with the broken bolt cooldowns. It's a bit of a tradition now. I tell you what, for the last Titan, I'm going to bank on them being broken. Like, genuinely, I will bank on them being broken. I don't know how you take advantage of that, but I will absolutely bank on them being broken. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe for the last Titan launch, tailoring tool will be my market of choice. Multi-craft tailoring tools. Sell shovels in a gold rush. So much broken this expansion. I mean, those of us who tinkered on the beta, some of us tinkered harder than others, but those of us who played around on the beta a whole bunch knew that humongous amounts of stuff was broken with all of the professions. Some of the more severely broken things were fortunately patched and hotfixed before the game went live, but yeah, it's been a pretty buggy mess. Luckily, there's not been too much that's slipped through that's like actually caused long-lasting damage. But there's been some wacky ones. Ooh, jeweler's cover, alchemy hat, damaged necklace of all things. That jeweler's cover seemed to sell pretty close to cost though. Looked like those things aren't cheap to make. Decided to dive into inscription on 3 characters, going great. Milling, Inca, missives. Good job. Good job. It's a good combo. Good combo. It's not cheap to set it up, but it's a good combo. When you get the vertical integration bug, you quickly realize that it's pretty powerful. And it's almost the meta these days. You are going to really struggle. Maybe not so much at the beginning, sure, because you can, if you keep ahead right now, there's profit in pretty much everything. But certainly for the long term, you need that level of vertical integration to really give yourself any chance of spinning a profit on some things. There's just too many tools, too many resources, and too many clever people out there now to assume that you can do a mediocre job and still make gold. You got to be doing something a little bit more fancy these days. And part of that is making sure that you have as much of the production line being done in-house. That way, you can shave off a few percent here and there, which can often be the difference between profit and not profit. Should be fine though for a little while. Biggest regrets not buying the auction house mount. Oof, yeah. It's unbelievable just how much value this long boy. A long boy in any way, shape, or form. I mean, I've got both of them. But there was a long time where I had neither of them. And yeah, I agree. Of all of the utilities out there, it's hard to beat the long boy. Pretty tough to beat it. Right, last realms. Not much going on these, and then we can figure out what we do from there. I might have to spend some concentration actually on a bunch of characters. I think dual crafting, leatherworking, enchanting, Blacksmithing concentration is probably up again to use today. Been disenchanting for 4 days. Really need another way to spend my time. I'm going crazy. I've just no idea what else to do. I've always just done tailoring and enchanting. Well, enchanting is still got legs. I think it's still got pretty good legs. The value of the dust is still, in my opinion, higher than what it could be. So there's that definitely means there should be margin in dust still for quite some time. Look at the fucking sausage party going on here. But yes, I can understand if you're spending your day doing this, disenchanting, you're probably losing your mind. That's why I don't do it. Like, I know it's good money, but there's a reason why I don't do it, and it's because it would drive me insane. It would absolutely cook me. There's literally nothing to cancel on these realms. These are my buy realms. Almost not worth checking them, to be honest, but my OCD means I have to. Oh, this is Argent Dawn. It's scanning a whole bunch of stuff. Right. The engineering trait grants skill and profession stat bonuses when crafting reagents and cogwheels. When maxed out, you'll have a low chance of earning bonus reagents when recycling. What is the bonus reagent? I don't think that node works. Is the first thing I'd say. At least it didn't. It didn't work at the end of the beta. And I haven't done anywhere near enough recycling since the game's been live to know if they've fixed it. Right, main character time. Drawn crafting, leatherworking. Still got flickers to obtain. I think I did the work orders on these first thing this morning before I started stream. Yeah, looks like I did. I don't actually need to do too much on this guy. I could go do my abundance actually. Oh, that's a point. How many Dundons have we got? I need a Dundon tracker. Can I add currency to me? Need a Dundon tracker. Where is the where's it gone? Item tracker, currency tracker. GBT add and then currency link. Guild, no, Goblin Toolbox, add, and then Dundon. Boom! Dundon tracker. Boom. Dundon tracker. I got 2 Dundon shards. That's not great, is it? This is starting to be an indication that maybe that maybe relying on patron orders for Dundon shards is not viable an option. Now, in theory, the fact that I've got all my knowledge points does kind of mean... Hang on. Before I do that, all we do's that. All we do's before we do's. Let's do the same on these. I don't want the item tracker enabled, but I do want the currency tracker. You go up here. Move. There's our Dundon tracker. Ah, the fact that it is on top of that one's annoying me. Why can't I make this one a higher Z listing? I don't know. Maybe I'll put me Dundon tracker here. To do this 4 more times. Tracker. Oh, how do I add it when I don't? How can I add it when I don't have one? I can't easily add it if I don't have one, can I? Let's try. Goblin toolbox. Add. Can I just do Shard of Dundon? Is that actually what they're called? Shard of Dundon. Aha! Okay, I can add it even though I don't have one on me. Goblin toolbox, add Shard of Dundon. Boom. Right, okay. Fish them up in the pools in the middle of Silvermoon. It takes like 10 minutes for all of them. And ironically, I need to level fishing as well. I do actually need to level fishing. Why do I not have fishing on me toolbars? What's happened with that? Why is me fishing not on me toolbars? Oh, I've changed my keybinds around. Now I don't know where my fishing keybind is meant to go. Turns out I don't have one anymore. Where's my... Huh. Well, that would be why then. Use better fishing and have 1 key fishing. I probably do not have the... I probably don't have the add-on enabled on this character. Midnight fishing skill 2. Is there fish in it? Doesn't look like it. Dundon. Why are all my characters hunters? They're easy to level. Hunters or rep... BM hunters or rep paladins. Easy mode. Easy. The epic tool explosion, once they are achievable, is going to be an interesting shake-up to commodity selling. My 3 scribes, I'm ready to get one for all 3 of them as soon as we can. It's a noticeable difference between rare and epic as well. I can't remember the exacts, but for something like multicraft, it's about 3 or 4% extra multicraft, 3 or 4% more multicraft, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that really adds up. By the time you're crafting a whole bunch of stuff. So yes, yeah, commodity crafting, intermediates, potions, flasks, enchants, all of this sort of stuff. Epic tools first. Big advantage. First tool should be next week. I don't know. Like 900 9 times 8 is what, 72? You need 16,000, don't you? For a single item. So you need 2 and a bit weeks worth of progress. So, don't know. Last week Dundon's count 2. This week you can get 16 runs in. You didn't do any last week. You telling me you can farm 8 Dundons, use 8 Dundons, farm 8 more Dundons, and use 8 more Dundons? So although... Alright, sure. I already don't want to be doing this once, never mind a million times. What was that grey item called? A whole lot of nothing. Lol. You can bank a week's worth? Interesting. to either run Dundon or you do Ingenuity. Well, I wouldn't recommend anybody do Ingenuity for any reason whatsoever. Even for concentration builds, you don't run Ingenuity. Another one, there's 4. What is Ingenuity? Yeah, exactly. Catchup for latecomers in mass crafting will feel kind of bad with the abundance thing. True. But I mean, it's no different to being behind on knowledge points. You know, there has to be a bottleneck somewhere. There has to be a bottleneck somewhere. I am more and more so of the opinion that they either need to seasonal a lot, they need to add some sort of seasonality to crafting, because this theory of seasons is present in the entire rest of the game. Professions are one of the only thing that are meant to withstand an entire expansion, which ultimately means that for most people, season 1 is the crafting season. Season 2 and season 3, you just ignore it from a crafting perspective, unless you're like willing to like grind for single-digit margins. So I do think they need to do something, like either cap knowledge points within one season or better the catch-up system for knowledge points, or they got to do something, right? They got to do something. Third expansion with it this way, it's pretty brutal if you turn up late to the party. And by season 2, if you don't have a max build, you might as well just not bother. Like, you basically don't even craft anything until you've got that max build. Which is if you want to run up, you know, if you start in season 2 and you want to spin up an alchemist or something to make potions, don't bother. Like, you've got 4 weeks of knowledge point grind before you can craft anything that might even possibly be profitable. And even then, you're going to be competing against people that bought their materials 6 months ago. So it's like, oh, what do you do? What do you do? I only got 600 in one of my abundance ones. I think I'm just cooked for the expansion now. That's it. You're just ultimately, you're always behind now. You're just done. Control Alt Delete. This is the exact opposite of their stated intention. Because like this, the War Within was easier with an AA shuffle in the books. Yeah. The issue is that the fairer they make it, the more difficult it also is for everybody at the same time. And this has got nothing to do with the professions, though. This is entirely the issue with the region-wide auction house. It doesn't really matter what you do. The fairer you try and make the game, the simplified nature of things basically mean that everybody's on an equal footing. And then when you add that to the fact that everybody's competing on a regional-wide level, like, to rise to the top, to be one of the 1% goblins, you're now not just doing it on your server, you're doing it region-wide. And that means 99% of people lose gold, whilst 1% of people make it. It's not really the fault of the professions, it's that everybody's bundled into the same auction house when it comes to buying and selling materials and crafted goods. There's not really a way around that, to be honest. This is why, as much as I don't particularly like it, the work order system not being regional wide is actually a bit of a saving grace for people who just want to casually make a little bit of gold and have some value in their professions. Because at least with the work order system, you're still dependent on people on your realm. And, you know, for every order you get, that annoying argument of you're only pressing 3 buttons is true. It's, you know, once you've got your profession set up, it's not much leg room from then on to make a little bit of gold here, there, and everywhere. A few resource procs, whatever. But it's, hence why I still, for the most part, recommend anybody that wants to make serious gold, just go farm shit, right? Go pick up stuff and sell it to people who are willing to buy it from you. Like, trade your time for gold. You know, it's the economy is not that dissimilar to the real world. And surprise, surprise, for most people who want money, going and working a job is a good way of getting it. It works for 99% of people. You know, go do something that's of value to somebody else. Get paid. Crafting is kind of like being that CEO of a factory. Everybody can't be a CEO of a factory. But everybody has time that they can exchange for something of value. Saviour, thank you very much for the 45, by the way. Huge numbers. Thank you very much. I also recommend winning gold giveaways. I mean, that would definitely help. What's this? Blessing of Pearl. Speak with Dougal at the Amanzar in Zulaman. That one of the blessings. Got the fishing blessing. I got 5 Dundon shards. Whoever said you can get these in like 5 minutes lied. I've been flipping, playing with my rod for hours now, it feels. I agree, giveaways treated me pretty nice in WoW. Makoto, didn't you win Kachak's like gold giveaway like 4 times or something now? I swear you seem to win it every other month. Maybe they didn't mention that you need 250 fishing skill. Yeah, possibly. We're getting there. We're 47. There's another Dundon. Need 2 more. 2 more till we can go do some Dundon runs. We established that with your hunt for treasures, you're paying back your streamer luck. That's true. You get 2 from the quest, don't forget. True. Have I picked up the quest this week? Probably not. Actually, where is it? Hey, who's kicked off a hype train? All aboard, boys and girls. Chew, motherfucking chew. Dundon over in Herbalism Grotto. Once you start doing runs in a raid, you'll quickly realise why they named it Dundon. Make a raid group for it. Oh, we can make a raid group for it. We can do Dundon raids. I think my wife is about to head off for a swim. I've just heard the garage door go. Hope she's taking Sulla. This is EU. I can do a. Let's get a Dundon raid on the go. What's the best way to get Horde and Alliance in the same group? I guess we can't really, do we? Let's do it as a custom. Select a playstyle. Huh, interesting. Group in Legacy Raid? Wait, what? We'll do Legacy Raid, do we? Will that mean, the fuck is this? Custom group becomes same faction. This is all changed. Manthy Dundon fun run. Oh yeah, because you got the limit only to Horde. Is there any that allow 40 man? Which one allows 40 man? I don't think it matters, does it? Make sure to turn war mode off. Oh wow, okay. Since when's all this changed? Do I have war mode on? No, war mode off. Oh no, it stole my window. Okay, it's fine. Right, the Manthy Dundon fun run is open, boys and girls, for Team EU. Join up, join up. Join up, join up. Roll in, roll in. We'll just, we'll take as many people as we can. As many people who want to come. Convert to raid. The Manthy Dundon fun run begins. What's up with these max level zones and quests? My level 81s are getting destroyed. It should all scale to you, right? Or have you not got... Have you not done a... Have you not done a... Have you not unlocked adventure mode? Oh my! Ink 4, Ink 3, Missive 5. Oh, your character names. Your character names. Okay. Get the multi-boxes in. You know. Just realised I should probably take the quest myself. Abundant offerings. There's 2 other Dundons. Can't find the raid. We're in Legacy, Molten Core, monthly Dundon Fund 1. This is Team EU, by the way, I should point out. There's all one on Wednesday. The whole raid group didn't get shards. Maybe it was a bug and maybe it was fixed, but I lost one unfortunately. Yeah, back on Wednesday, stuff was very broken. I'm quite sure since Wednesday they've fixed it. Right, I'll keep this open. Let's get going. In we go. Nuke. Wow, I got 14 FPS. We can't have 20 FPS. You gotta be mad. I have a sneaky suspicion that my PC is having a meltdown. Okay. We need to reconsider having all of these accounts open while we do this. If I'm streaming as well. Holy FPS, Batman. Look at the public contribution numbers. This is just ridiculous. Yeah. I don't think I want to do this at 13 FPS. like a constant goblin rift if there's enough people. Feels like it. You on low settings? I think so. You'd like my inscription army? It works, it works. Oh my. Oh my. Flipping hell's bells. Root speaker canopy? Yoink. Actually an upgrade. Okay, this is kind of what it's okay. This is kind of odd, but as funny as it is being completely busted like this, I cannot possibly play a video game at like sub 30 FPS. I almost refuse. This feels this feels like I'd almost go out of my way to not do this in a raid group. Just I'd almost try and I don't know. This is just going to be 20 odd minutes of just hell. My whole PC is lagging balls because I'm doing this. I mean, I'm on literally 0 settings. What, my PC specs? Good enough for it to not run at 13 FPS. Do you think Blizzard did any testing of this? Those bubbles eat your FPS. I'm not even attacking anything. I'm not even killing anything. I'm literally just like... just blasting. Alright, go again. Look at this fucking train. Look at this fucking train of... my treasure Dundons. I mean, you can join if you wish, but it's kind of a little bit... This would be so much more fun if I had frames. Can't make me go on these characters one by one. Well, I know. Yeah, I'm probably going to agree with you on that one. That if I'm going to do this, I'm gonna probably multi-box the shit out of it. What's my plan with leatherworking? So far I've gone profession gear on my leatherworkers. Have you tried turning down... I've got everything. I'm on quality settings 1. What I don't get, as well, is how this is just sort of deemed acceptable by Blizzard. How is it that the most successful MMO of arguably all time... I mean, I don't think it's unfair to say like World of Warcraft is probably the most successful MMO of all time. How has it been that for so long that they've not been able to do mass player group content? Right? How is it that as soon as you put more than 10 people in an area, 5 people in an area, it fucking falls on its ass? How do those two things go side by side? How do you both have... How do you both have the most successful MMO, which seems to not be able to do massively multiplayer content? Weird. I mean, I get I'm streaming, but my PC is a bit of a beast by most gamers' standards. It's not absolutely top of the line, but it's not far off. I mean, this is borderline unplayable. And I'm sure it looks absolute trashed here for you guys and all. Low tech, the game runs on glue and duct tape working. 4070 and it's fine. Yeah, this is what I don't get. I don't understand how it seems to often be that people with lower spec hardware seem to have better success. I don't get it. I'm not going to get into diagnosing the issue right now. Like, there ends up being nothing more frustrating than trying to diagnose tech issues. I appreciate people want to help, but There is honestly nothing more frustrating than, have you tried this? Have you done that? Like I said, this is nothing personal. I'm just absolutely not going to do that on stream. I'll figure stuff out off stream, but I might not be able to stomach doing too many of these on stream. I might burn my shards on this character and then we'll go do something else. Boom, another 900. The public altar contribution bar is really funny. Just watch this bar at the top. It just goes ding, 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 permanently. I mean, it does live up to its name in terms of abundance, doesn't it? Although the only thing that's not in abundance is frames. I'd like an abundance of frames. But the rest of it is kind of silly. Nothing more irritating than watching somebody trying to fix it on stream too. We do enough of that brain ache ourselves. Yeah, I know. Yeah, this is why I try not to do too much of it on stream. I appreciate people looking to help, and I'm not QQing on the help per se. It's just not the time or the place to do it right now. If you have a solid solution that you know works, feel free to DM me and I'll fix it off stream. Oh, yeah, it still looks nice. I just can't see anything. Hang on. The only other thing I haven't tried is actually full screening it. There we go. 1280 by 720 render resolution. Is that going to help? No. Nothing makes a difference. It's cooked. Yeah, I'll burn these last few shards and then we'll go do something else. I'll power through this when I'm not streaming. This ain't fun for anybody. Got 0 on one of my alts because of lag. I've managed to hold on to 900 every time since. Treasure Dundon. These treasure Dundons are kind of cool though. Just shits out bubbles. Squeakers shits bubbles. Tier 2, 69% movement speed, giggity. Contribute more abundance at an altar to reach the next level. I wonder what this goes up to. Oh, tier 2 seems to be as high as it goes. 3,100 out of 3,000. So does this mean it's meant to get even more ridiculous? Damn. Somebody hypothetically couldn't be bothered farming up the Dundon shards every week. Which professions do you think should be prioritized? It's not so much professions, it would be builds. Anybody looking to do work orders. So if you're looking to craft endgame gear for people, if you're looking to craft epic profession gear, work orders don't really have any need for the epic profession tools. So there's absolutely no need to do any of this. The only reason you need bigger and better tools is for the plus 40 skill.
Sweet profit together.
Right, 6 minutes to go. 2 more runs. And then I'm going to have to definitely do something else because this is causing my brain to hurt. But yeah, it's not so much professions, more builds. If you go a work order build, you don't need epic tools. You pretty much need epic tools, though, for any other build. Anything that's crafting something en masse or processing something or making intermediates or something, you will eventually end up wanting those epic tools. Mr. Wu with a 44, thank you very much. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend. Weekend, does that mean a bit more playtime? Some of this craziness. Curious if you have 2 monitors and they're at different refresh rates. Yes, my mains are 240 Hz, my others are 60 Hz. Got some time now, still haven't got into the swing of things with this expansion yet, to be honest, though. Neither have I, to be honest. Whilst still playing the game 10, 12 hours a day, I still don't feel as if I've got into the swing of it. But that's, for me, part of the fun of a new expansion, that just everything's up in the air. This is absolute chaos, though. Cannot carry more abundance. So in theory, are people saying that I should be able to farm up 8 more Dundons? 8 more Dundon shards. And we're going to go back and do some more fishing, are we? Like 20 seconds. It's kind of AFK simulator as well, to be fair. Part of me that's kind of glad that it's like, what is it, 8 times 3, 8, 6, 24 minutes. Only have to suffer through this for half an hour. It'd be really fun if I'd feel as if I could play it properly, though. Abundance, an acolyte no longer. A million lifetime, but 10 million lifetime abundance. Okay, the lower of abundance gains a crown for 1 million, then 10 million a matter of minutes later. Wow, that's kind of crap. Why have I still got 1 shard? Oh, I've got 1 more run to do. Whoops. Okay, I thought that was me done. I got 3 minutes more. Sorry, we will go and do something that's not flipping PowerPoint after this. Mirrors has the same problem. What worked for him was changing the DirectX 12 to DirectX 11. I know, trust me, I'm tech savvy enough. I know all of this stuff. Don't worry, I know all of this stuff. I'm not going to try and figure it out now. I just won't do it on stream, it's fine. I can't possibly think how much this would chug if I was multi-boxing it right now as well. Can you imagine if I was trying to do this on all 5 of my accounts? Would literally be AFK simulator. At least I don't have to worry too much about my pets being stupid in here, because I don't actually have to do anything. My question is, though, why are most people doing this? Why is Mirez doing this in the first place? Why are the world? Why are flipping the Echo? Like, why are top tier raiders doing this? I get why I'm doing it, because you know it's BIS for crafters, but why are most people doing this? Seems to be a lot of people doing this just because it's a thing. Probably the mount. Can't you get that done in like 24 minutes though, right? 9 times, yeah, you can get 7,200 unalloyed this week, which is enough to buy the mount. Just boom, 24 minutes, job done, right? It was a champion piece, is that what it is? You still have to run around and collect orbs and deposit them. There was so much spam going on there, I could just stand on the point and passively pick up enough stuff and it would deposit it. Genuinely didn't have to move. Mirrors is a known mount farmer? Yeah, sure, but like... It's in go... I suppose, yeah, sure. Okay, right. Thank you very much, boys and girls. I will not be doing that again on stream for a while. I need to fix my graphic settings now. that was 24 minutes of chaos. Okay. Right. Woof! Back to the city. Let's get some... Give me at least some pixels. At least some pixels. So I can farm up another 8 Dundon shards now, is that what we're saying? Champion track necklace from the abundance after renown 9. Is that what it is? Okay. Yeah, that'll be enough for them to see need in doing it, won't it? Blizzard's not going to roll back the engineers who exploited, question mark. I don't work for Blizzard. I would like to hope they do. Weekly 7 out of 8. Total maximum 0 out of 8. Neither of those numbers make sense. Because I've got 7,200, which is the same as doing 8 runs, right? Nine times 8 is 72, yeah. So in theory, I can do 1 more run this week? Is what that is claiming? I've done 7 out of 8 this week. Was that how many I've gathered this week? The weekly maximum is how many I've farmed up this week. If I had 1 from last week. Why is the total maximum 0 out of 8? Neither of these numbers make any sense to me. I think I can probably farm 1 more up. I don't know. Let's play with my rod a little bit more, see what happens. I think you can farm 8 more this week, but you can only do 1 more run. Maybe. We'll have 7 ready then for next week. Could be. I hope they mail us the missing currency for the bug Dundon runs. I did 8 runs and it said it was giving me 900 per, but I only actually received it for 3 of them. Notice too late. Yeah, that's annoying. They probably will roll them back. Will they remove the goal they made? Question mark. Like I said, I don't work for Blizzard. I'm generally pretty harsh with my my perspective on this. I go with a very simple rule. If you're clearly exploiting the game, you should just get banned straight up. See you later. Doesn't need to be like a permanent IP ban style thing, but you should have your, like, if you cheat, see you later account. You can buy a new one, sure, but like, you know, I understand there's things like false positives and there's nuance to these arguments, but if you accidentally gained all of your engineering knowledge points last week and have a full spec tree, you should be banned, because you clearly did it with intent. So, my perspective is, get them gone. Okay, so my weekly maximum now says 8 of 8. So I've clearly now farmed up 8 this week, and I can't farm up any more. But I have 1 now in the bank, that means I only need to farm up 7 next week. In theory, I guess. This is kind of weird how this works, but sure. I lean towards just permabanning, although I want human review, not some algorithm. Yes, exactly, yeah. Yeah. Try running the last shard. Do you think it would let me use the last shard now? You could do 9 runs next week if you use up that one before going and gathering more. I definitely can't farm up any more though, by the looks of things. Because I've hit the weekly maximum. I want to get to a nice round number with fishing at least. These lynx fish worth anything? Where have they gone? 20 gold apiece. People shouldn't have epic crafting gear yet, no. You need 16,000 per to afford enough vitalities to craft one. And you should, in theory, only be able to get 7,200 a week. If the system is working how it feels like it should work. There's a nice round number of 60. I am gonna go test, you know, actually. If I can spend this last shard now. Shouldn't be testing on my main character, mind, but...
The den has been ravaged with vermin. If we deal with that problem, the elders will be more favorable with us. Take a gremlins. They are always up for a meal.
Let's see. Seems to let me in. Let's see if this even gives me any of the unalloyed stuff. This does technically mean that not farming the shards up last week could have in theory actually caused me to be significantly further behind, which is another one of those early access has got a big advantage jobs. What's up, Amlams? Hey, what's up, Amlams? That is assuming this gives me any currency now. Let's see. If it lets me use the shard and doesn't give me any currency, then it's really done goof, doesn't it? It feels like the optimum thing then could have been to have farmed up your Dundon shards last week, but then just not used them. And then used them this week in some sort of weird, maybe catch-up kind of odd... I don't know, this is just weird, isn't it? 9,300 on my main right now. Yeah, it feels like nobody should really have more than 7,200. Because the whole point of not having weekly stuff in the first week is that you couldn't get weekly stuff in the first week. Like, you know? Got 300 for a shard that you used last week. But there shouldn't have been like a reset with launch. That's the point. So something's goofed with it completely. I just can't quite work out what the goof is. But by my understanding, it shouldn't really be possible for anybody to have more than 7,200. Some people will be ahead, but it's dependent on them having farmed the shards in early access and then running them without it being bugged out. That gave me 900 abundance again. Now my total maximum is down to 0 out of 8, but 8 out of 8 on the weekly. My scribe's got 14,000 by spending 8 shards I farmed, but didn't spend them last week, and then 8 more this week. Yeah, see, that's just cracked, isn't it? That's kind of weird, because that means that those who farmed them in early access have a distinct advantage by being in early access, one that arguably shouldn't. Am I right in saying? 9.3k with 5 shards left. Yeah. Alright, whatever. So in that regards then, I am already massively behind on all of my crafters. That will in essence lock me out from getting epic tools for potentially a week longer than everybody else. Done game. Game's done. How weird. Well. Bugs are plenty in this game, as we already know. Bugs are plenty. See you in the last Titan. Lol. Okay. The blue tool market will be dead next week as well. Nah. You gotta remember that the people might get the epic tool first, but not everybody is smart. and not everybody needs it, right? This is the point. We were talking about this earlier, that if you're going a work order build, you have no need for the epic tools. The blue ones are still your BIS and will probably be, well, they're not technically BIS, but they're like, you only care about the tools for the skill. Go play Factorio. Don't tempt me. Right, let me get the other accounts open. I need to rotate through some of my characters and check patron orders. And actually, before I do that, I should take me for a pee, and I should take Alma for a pee. I think she needs to go. Slay the Spire 2 came out in early access the other day, just saying. I played Slay the Spire quite a lot, but I play it on my phone. Well, I did used to play it on my phone. I haven't played it in ages, but 'Twas a phone game for me more than anything else. All the multi-craft tools are done. Arguably, yeah. Might do a right off resourcefulness tools. I don't know why half of the screens, like the half of the campsites, don't seem to load either for some characters. I don't know what's causing that to happen. Who would have guessed it? Another bug, right? Right, give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'm gonna go for a quick pee. I'm also gonna let the dogs out for a quick pee, and then we'll do some crafty stuff. Back in 2. Okie dokies. Okie dokies. I think we got some concentration to burn. Pretty sure I got some concentration to burn. Okay, not on these dudes. Maybe not as much as I thought. Am I a day early on this? Check patron orders all the same. Why is that not working? Oh, you need mats. Seems like a lot of mats for a patron order. Oh, it was a first time craft. And it gave us some Moxy. So yeah, I'm a little early on the old concentration. This is something I might need to do. Woo! These have come down in value. Holy. Okay, leatherworking concentration's dead. I might need to finally get around to fixing my TSM profile, you know. Been claiming to do that for a few days. Nothing. That's easy. Journalator still seems to crap itself every time I do an order. I'm not sure why that is. Probably just needs an update. The reason I need to get my TSM profiles up and running is so that this process doesn't actually take me any more than a few clicks to do. Any resource procs and stuff, I just want it to, you know, get them gone. Eat them gone. Fire it off into the abyss. Oh, these gems are like vendor prices now. I don't think I trust the price of these, but sure. I'm going to post them for that amount. Normal quality copper is more expensive than high quality tranquility bloom. That's actually quite funny. Is there a way to clear journalator data and start fresh for this expansion? No idea. I mean, probably. I'd always point out though that that doesn't necessarily work as well as you think, because then anything that you already have on your account, right? If you then go and sell it, that is like a plus number without a minus number sort of thing. Bale braces. Not spec that way. Not planning on speccing that way. Wow. No leatherworking orders again. Wow. Okay. Big stinky on the work orders today. These all basically vendor price now. Of course they are. I don't trust the price of these. I'm putting them all in the bin. You think there's any chance that they buff Enchanting in the same sense as they added a Shatter in the War Within to reduce the price on Dust? There's already a... Wait, what? I don't know what you mean. What do you think needs buffing about Enchanting? There's already a Shatter. Are you claiming that it needs a buff somewhere for some reason? I'm not sure I understand the problem. Vend all that rubbish. Okay, that's those dudes checked. Not anything humongously valuable going on those. But it'll keep ticking over with the knowledge points at least.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Gindi with the prime, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Or Jindy. Anybody else having a rough time finding a market niche? Everything I'm touching is mostly break even. Felt easier in the War Within. Most everything will be. A break even market is one of the best markets to be in right now. Because if it's break even, a break even market basically means that there is both supply and demand, but they're about equal. This means you'll probably find that the price of the product that you produce fluctuates by about 20% every day anyway. Just don't fall into the trap of believing you have to be the cheapest price on anything to sell it. But a break-even market means that it's, you know, it's neither saturated nor is it in massive demand. What are we doing here? Enchanting. Little look at enchanting. People are starting to put in orders for decor. Markets aren't really markets yet. I wouldn't consider anything stable yet. Well, let's see that. Yeah, I mean, with the game being about 4 minutes old, that's very true. It's you do kind of have to hack yourself a bit of an advantage at the moment. But yeah, the word stable isn't really going to be a thing for quite a while. Which is why I'm mostly just ticking over things like knowledge points on them to keep them up to speed. Grabbing any cheap or even profitable patron orders right now. Because you'd actually be surprised some of the value that pops out of these goodie bags from these still as well. All of the augment runes and all of that sort of stuff. It's not massive, you know, it's not make millions like worthy, but it's something all the same. Here, for example, when I've randomly got 800 concentration, I should be definitely spending. This dude hasn't really fully optimized yet. I was tempted to blast these a little bit more today. Spread these out across a bunch of realms. I'm also wondering if it's a little bit too late. I think I'm going to come back to blacksmithing on this dude. I've got so many sterling alloys. I don't know why I've got so many of those lying about. I really need to clean the bags on this dude, but that's not a job for now. Why is Guild Boster Manager still on? Can confirm enchanting concentrations almost in the bin. I mean, for trainer recipes, yeah. A Moxy recipe, you'll still probably do alright. But it's not going to be too long before all of the Moxy recipes are all also being dominated by people able to mass produce them. What am I missing? We see this difficulty and we see this problem at the beginning of every expansion, which is that all the crafters want to make millions of gold in the first few days without kind of remembering the fact that nobody fucking wants anything yet, right? Literally nobody wants anything of any significant value yet. The only cash monies to be made now is by farming other crafters for gold, right? If you can sell something to other crafters that they're buying in bulk to level up their profession, it's a circle jerk of gold right now. Nothing of real significant value is in demand yet, and it probably won't be until the season's been open for a little while. Sparks are starting to appear. You can start making a piece of crafted gear if you wish. A lot of top-end raiders and top-end players, though, will probably be waiting out so that they can build a weapon first. But you will start to see a few trickle orders of crafted stuff turn up. But generally speaking, when it comes to enchants, gems, potions, flasks, consumables, food buffs, all of this sort of stuff, nobody wants anything yet. So don't worry about it. Just chip away. And this was my advice before we got into the expansion. Just chip away and slowly sort of slowly level up your professions. Try not to like dump huge amounts of gold into doing it. Racing to min-max things is very, very risky unless you know exactly what you're doing right now. Because there's no point being there 3 weeks before anybody wants anything. You're going to have all of that initial upfront cost with no real advantage or no real demand for the item to help reclaim some of those costs back. This is all very general, of course. I mean, the nuance in this is that if you niche down into something very specific, you might see better success. Things like, you know, missives for crafting tools, for example, is probably a reasonably good market right now. Just simply because that is what is in demand right now. Lots of crafters getting their profession gear in order. And those guys want the right stats on their profession tools. And the missives allow them to do that. But we're nowhere near the point where like the big demand kicks in. This is really just kind of setup time, to be honest. You're getting yourself ready, getting yourself prepared for when stuff does start to pop off. And if you can spin it so it's profitable whilst you can set stuff up, you're in a much better position for when it does go crazy. That's a bit of a cheeky undercut, isn't it? That's a spicy undercut if ever I've seen one. All of these characters got the wrong add-ons on. Half Moxy recipes are also in the bin. The other half have like 1k profit max. Missives for tools are equal or below crafting prices. There's entirely, you know, you've also got to remember that all crafters are probably thinking and trying to capitalize on the same markets as well. So even the stuff where there is demand right now is probably very saturated. This is the complexity with crafting in general these days. Most of the time, you're competing not just with people on your realm, but you're competing with everybody. So there's only so much room for people to win. Inks are also equal or below. 5 scribes and they're just waiting. I mean, it is true. Not everybody in the game can be a millionaire. A lot of people forget that one person in the game getting wealthy is at the cost of other people getting poorer. And at the moment, like I said, the markets that are kind of dominant markets, the markets where things are in demand right now, is within the crafters circle. So it's that circle jerk of like, crafters are leveling up scribes to provide other crafters opportunities to spend gold. So it's just rotating the same gold around. And it's when all of the goblins start making a lot of gold is when the rest of the player base starts giving it to them. And it's, you know, it's a concentration of wealth into the hands of the goblins during the, you know, the start of the season for the most part. But right now, when it's just that bit of a circle jerk between all goblins, not humongous amounts of people are really coming out massively ahead. But that's just how economics works. 100 gold. Good luck. Even if you got the recipe, you're not doing that one. The only reason I'm going through patron orders right now is because of these damn catch-up knowledge points. Like, there's a bunch of flipping flickers to be had. And, yeah, 25 flickers available. I want to try and keep on top of those. Not because these crafters have got, like, specific jobs right now. Just so as and when they do, they at least have reasonable amounts of knowledge points. Sack these off now. I'm not even going to bother trying to sell these. I really do need to make my TSM profile for this, don't I? Massive waste of time posting all this stuff manually. Still think investing in moats is viable, longish term? I mean, look at it from this perspective. Moats can't really get much cheaper, can they? How cheap do you think moats can get before people just... People are already just not picking them up, right? They're like, you can tell that when people are out, like if they're in... where's it called? Zulaman. You can tell there are people that just are not killing the little mobs to get the little wild moats, right? They're so goddamn cheap right now. Most farmers are going to just completely 100% stop caring about them. They basically can't get any cheaper. And like I've been mentioning, like we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes or so, nobody wants anything yet. Moats are designed for endgame crafting, and we're not at endgame crafting stage yet, which is hence why moats are stacking up. There's millions of the damn things. You know, there's what? 200, nearly 300,000 of every single moat on the auction house right now. That's because nobody really wants them. How many of you guys, whilst leveling professions, have consumed huge amounts of moats? When everybody starts mass producing top-end enchants, flasks, potions, gems, all of this business, this quantity of moats ain't going to last you 5 minutes. Think about how many, if you take the total quantity of all gems, all potions, all flasks, I'm sure Moat's go into far more that I can't think of off the top of my head, but all of the like top end consumable items, add up the supply of all of those at any one given point, it far exceeds this number by a flipping country mile. You need like 20 moats for a single enchant in some scenarios. So all of a sudden you're saying there's like 10,000 enchants that can exist. People just, you know, need to understand a bit of patience, really. The prices of moats are super tanked right now because everybody's desperate to make those early millions, and they're just selling them at the currently stacked up price. I've just realised these guys haven't even done this. Here's me trying to keep on top of knowledge points, and there's me not even have done the flipping basic shit yet. Leatherworking is probably still one of the best ones, I guess. How many of my other characters I've not done that on? Whoops. One person with diffusers can supply moats for the whole group. But, let me put it to you this way. As of right now, how many skinners do you think are looking at the price of moats and going, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to spec into diffusers because that's clearly where the money's at. To be honest, with the price of moats today, you'd be a fucking moron to put points into diffusers. You'd be mental to spec that direction, because it's arguably the wrong thing to do right now. I mean, I get that skinners can produce humongous quantities of them, but I'm in absolutely no way, shape, or form concerned that that's going to be problematic long term. Because there'll come a point not too long in the future where skinners just won't even bother because their supposed price is too low. And even when the price does boom, you know, all of those fair weather farmers they'll be gone. It'll be fine. There's a period. The second the season starts, the amount of farming that gets done is cut in half instantly, like literally instantly overnight. The second the season launches, all of the people that were just waiting, milling about, doing some farming because they were waiting for the raid to come out, they were waiting for the Mythic Plus season to launch. They were just waiting until their game opens up. When it does, they all piss off and go do it. And then the amount of farming that happens gets cut in half, like, instantly. And it happens every single expansion. Every single expansion. It's kind of funny to watch when you know what you're looking for. And that's also when you start seeing the sort of like the 40, 50, 60, 70,000 gold per hour farming really start to kick in. Because the markets are no longer being saturated by like fair weather farmers. Only the people who are actually looking to genuinely make some gold are still knocking about. The demand for everything rises, while simultaneously the amount of it being farmed completely crashes. Hence why the price of materials tends to rise a couple of weeks into Season 1. Because that's when demand really does kick in. I'm old enough to have done this far too many times now. I've seen the pattern. It's pretty consistent. Really consistent. Which is why I know that now is just the time to chill for the most part. Casually get stuff leveled up. Don't stress too much about things not being profitable or markets being saturated right now. Doesn't matter. Just, you know, don't burn your entire stockpile leveling up professions, desperately trying to find a profit. Do a bit of farming, get a few characters leveled up, keep your knowledge points up to speed. Make sure that when the demand does kick in, you've got your knowledge points, you've got your tools in order, you've got your professions leveled. You've not done it, you know, with too much expense. I didn't do this quest on this dude either, did I? No. I remember I did these material turn-in quests a billion times, but I did it on my one account during early access. Since we've been out of early access, I've kind of forgot to do this on all of my other crafters. Whoops. Moxy. No, I'm not buying Moxy right now. I also hope this isn't really the kiss of death here. One thing I also haven't seen too much of, in fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think I've seen really any of this, is I've not seen any bait auctions, which makes me think that either whatever flipping bot program that ran that is dead, or Blizzard's hiding of auctions if they are below 5% market value tool is actually switched on for the start of the expansion again, which would be wonderful, because bait auctions are fucking cancerous, and I would happily see them not be a thing ever. There have been some bait auctions on NA, has there? When you refresh a mat, it doesn't show up, so you can't bait. Well, that's a cheeky little systematic change that will hinder anybody doing it in an automated fashion. Yeah. Now, there are still people that might be able to do it manually, but the that will be few and far between. Right, let's check inscription and what's next? Inscription and tailoring. What would you recommend to set up for mass crafters this expansion? The only real markets that seem to complement doing the same thing many, many times over is, I mean, tailoring bolts is a plausible one. Skinning the majestic materials is another. I'm not really pushing the concentration builds because maths doesn't look promising on those. When you mean mass crafters, do you mean that you've got lots of crafting characters, or that you're looking to produce one thing as much as possible? I do think this is an expansion that will both favor farming in general. I tend to think that the there'll quite consistently be some value in some farming. Now, what that thing you farm might change, but I do think that there's a lot of probability that farming will hold its value more so than we saw in the last expansion. And on the other end of that, I do think that fully building out crafters with like top, max build might end up being a little bit more profitable than we saw in the War Within. Simply because I don't feel that concentration is going to hold its value for very long. And concentration was what was frequently pulling some markets below their standard, standard crafting costs. That will still happen, but just not as much. This is why I think mass producing enchants has a better chance in Midnight. Because the value of concentration won't be as strong for enchanting. So you might actually be able to play enchanting properly this time. Maybe. Hello, frames. I'm missing mats. What materials am I missing here? Oh, hello. Sold a bunch of stuff. What have we been selling on this round? Just a few odds and ends. The odds and ends all add up. So these little odds and ends, these little patron orders for like 1,500 gold here, there, and everywhere. These are the ones that cover the cost of leveling your professions. so that they're in good standing for when demand does kick in and you can switch them into full gear. That's my plan anyway. Whoa! Who stole all the inks? Shouldn't have said that too loud, should I? That's out the bag. That is out the bag. Having a problem where I can't set a custom crafting amount. It always resets to 1. Quality icon keeps flickering. And every time that happens, the crafting amount goes back to 1. I don't know. That sounds very much like you've got an add-on that's causing that to happen. Try it. Switch off all of your add-ons for a minute and see if it still happens. If it is, you know it's an add-on that's causing it. This dude's actually properly set up for doing something with description. Careful here. Oh, wrong button. Ha! Fucking hell. Suckered by my own ink prices. Still 1,200 gold. These augment runes are holding strong in price, you know. There's clearly somebody out there, or many people out there, who are more than happy to buy them anytime they dip below 1,200 gold. And are probably just going to end up sitting on loads of them until, you know, in a week or two's time, they try and sell them all out at like 2.5k a piece or something. Arguably a pretty smart idea. Actually, oh shit! I've just realised I've had another real bad thought. But I haven't flipping unlocked the weekly patron ordering quests on these dudes either, have I? What's going on here? Hello? Dialogue UI's having an heart attack. I thought I turned this off. Clearly I didn't. Do you know of any low time consuming setups that I can do for gold gains throughout the expansion? I feel like research and farming takes too much time at the moment. Like the word low effort ties very nicely with farming. Like there's I mean, standard farming, herbalism and mining is literally you get out of it what you put in, right? If you want to do 5 hours, you can do 5 hours. If you want to do 50 hours, you can do 50 hours. The amount you make depends on how much effort you put in. Whereas there's many chances with any sort of crafting that you can put a lot of effort in and still get nothing out of it. Why is my computer hanging like a bitch? Hang on, are we effing? We're effing hard here. What's going on? I really am starting to think we got some memory leak or something on the go here. Please hold. My computer's having a heart attack. Please hold. Yeah, the stream's lagging balls. I had to quickly close 2 of my accounts for some reason because it was ruining my PC. I'm not sure why. Like I said, I'll diagnose technical issues later today. But yeah, something went happy for a while. Something went happy for a while. Jokers, my man. If I miss a comment, just ask again. There's no need for the no need for the sarky comments. Any guides on how to make gold as a new person? Literally everything we do is along those sorts of lines. Crafting memory leak is back. I'm not sure, but something's definitely causing my whole PC to like start grinding to a halt after having a few clients open for a while. Not quite sure what it is. I'll try and diagnose later. The problem is, right, is I've not really played the game without streaming all that much, so I don't have an offline comparison really. Oh, we sold a bunch of stuff here. Yoink. Why is that empty? Oh, it's completely thrown me out of sync, that has. Shopping list, that's what we need. Tailoring. This dude's actually set up for inscription. Wow. Not a lot going on there, is there? Back those off. I'm clearly buying back all the inks I'm selling on my other tunes. We're the left hands. Left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing here, clearly. All good. It's fine. We got this. Ooh, lots of lots of stuff in here that I should be crafting with. I'll come back to doing a bit of that later. Total profit since launch? Oh, I don't think I'm actually in profit. The amount of professions I've been setting up. I don't think we're actually in profit yet. But I'm also pretty heavily invested in stuff as well. I was never really expecting to be in profit at this point. What add-ons do I need? Can you explain how it works? To do what? I mean, there's my add-on list is like 27 add-ons long. What are you? I don't know. The advantage you have when the stream is live is that you can ask very specific questions. The more specific you can be about something, the better the answer I or anybody else in chat can give. Not 2,000 gold public. Oh, for herbalism hat. Hello. Bunch of inks sold. Couple of augment runes. Random 40k in the mailbox. Make gold, craft us an enchanter. Enchanting at the moment, disenchanting is still very profitable, but it's just time consuming. You can craft basic cheap items. Engineering is a good source for that, and then disenchant those. I don't have a specific guide on that side of things myself personally, but disenchanting is one of those sort of things that takes a bit of time to do, which is why a lot of other people don't want to do it. Leave some profit in that. Pretty much. Not really many add-ons that are going to be needed for that, particularly. Add-ons don't make gold for you. Add-ons are just tools to help you do something more efficiently. I generally recommend most people play the game with as few add-ons as possible anyway. You can add on the add-ons when you feel that you have a need for them. No add-on out there just like makes gold for you, so to say. Wow, only one patron order. Right, sure. Okay, less going on this tune. Getting these flickers, though. Keeping up with the catch-up. Keeping up with the catch-up. Jesus, look at Sanguithorn pigment. Damn. It's cheap. Clear all of this out of my inventory. Considering I gave most of these characters 100k, and we've leveled 2 professions on them, and now we've already been able to spin a little, you know, we've covered the cost of leveling and seem to have a little bit over the top, is also good to see. Means that it's all working in the right direction, even if it's not at record pace, which is cool. Now I have the option, but based on the fact that my computer seems to be having a fit when I try and do anything on multiple accounts at the moment, I might actually close these ones out, free up some system resources. Might just focus on getting a few basic bits done on the main account for a while. I've got about an hour maybe. I half wasn't planning on streaming today because I got a few bits I need to get done. I believe cloth will go up in price when the season starts. The logic is that when the season starts, most of the people who are like farming because they've got nothing else to do now stop farming. Now, what that means for individual materials is sometimes that they will go up, but just depends how many of them have been farmed in the run up to. Good chance though. Right. I haven't done my skinning today. Do I quickly do the skinning? It's kind of super inefficient to be doing it one character at a time, but maybe we quickly do some skinning kills. You can grab a couple of Majestics, why not? TSM should show overall profit and loss. Not when I play across 5 different accounts. My TSM data is all screwy. Yeah, the dog's... well, Sulo's in the other house. The wife's looking after Sulo today. But yes, he had his operation yesterday. He is a little bit lighter today than he was yesterday. But he's got his cone of shame on, bless him. He was a little bit dopey yesterday. But he seems to be alright now. Seems to be alright. He'll be fine. We just got to keep the dog separated a little bit because he's not able to go like crazy. Oh, out of lures. Okay, that changes my perspective on this. How am I out of... I swear I bought a bunch of materials for this yesterday. Swear I bought a bunch of materials for this yesterday. Did I burn through them all? Oh, well, I sold a Majestic Claw for 40k, though. Yoink. Guess that covers the cost of a few more Gore Guppies. I need some Eversong lure mats. I swear I bought a bunch of these mats the other day. I got Warbank access, I do. What's the odds I've accidentally resold them all? Probably pretty high. Probably pretty high. 80. No. Not 880. Man. All guppies are still 300 gold apiece. Flipping now. the gold I made on the Majestics, I've just spent again on 8 more chances to get another one. At least it does spin a profit still, technically. So basically on alts that didn't get the 8 Dundons, I'll be behind for the whole expansion. I can't really work out the logistics of it exactly, but unfortunately it does appear as if you might be slightly behind, yeah. Which is annoying, but there is, you know, that's quite a straightforward way to see how early access was of benefit to have early access. I chose to not farm up my Dundon shards in early access because I didn't think it would matter, because I didn't think that there was going to be like a reset. But apparently there was, so. Stop pinging me about, sons of bitches. That wasn't the button I meant to press. Right, go on. Bit of streamer luck. Never lucky. Real Frogger? What's going on here? Oh, I have all of the lures. Oh, you're I see. I see. It's all right. I'm good. I'm good. But thank you. I'm only going to quickly do this on a couple of characters. Yeah, and my tunes are probably in war mode, yeah. Do we expect any sort of input from Blizzard on the Dun? No. No. I expect nothing more than radio silence from Blizzard at the best of times. There wasn't really any reason to get it for crafting tunes if you were waiting for it to be fixed. It's just one of those, isn't it? I didn't do something in early access that I probably should have done, and well, it is what it is. I I was lurking in Zan's stream a little bit this morning before I span up mine, and I even mentioned there that I'm half tempted to completely sack off getting the epic profession tools on any of my crafters. And after today's little bit of a experiment with just how laggy and computer crippling it is to do, I think the abundance system would probably be quite fun if it wasn't a open to the public crazy event. In my opinion, that kind of nullifies all of the mechanics in the systems within it a little bit. I mean, it's, you know, it's fun just to get it absolutely blasted in 24 minutes and basically guarantee yourself max points, but I would rather things not get turned into an AFK simulator. But it's no biggie. I need to put those in the war bank, don't I? That's what I bet I did, you know. I bet I just resold the flipping fish. I bet that's what I did. I bet I did something stupid like that. Let's put these in the war bank so other crafters can use them. Yeah, I probably just resold the stupid things. That was the idiot move I probably made. If you haven't already, Jokers, jump into the Discord. There's a mini guide for all of the professions in there. If you haven't had a read through those, I'd suggest starting there, because then you might have a better idea of exactly what you want to do. I can't, you know, I can make suggestions, but I feel I'm almost playing the game for you at this point. You can't farm it more than 8 times a week. Yeah, that's correct. You got to get the Dundon shards, patron orders, fishing, farming for treasures are like 3 ways which you can get Dundon shards as crafters. You can get you can gather up 8 per week, and then seemingly the limitation is not on how many times you can run it, but on how many. Never lucky. The limitation seems to be on how many shards you can gather per week. You can only gather 8 shards per week, yet you can run with almost as many shards as you have by the looks of things, which is odd. I had 1 shard that I didn't use from last week, and it allowed me to use that one on top of the 8 I farmed this week. So it's kind of the system seems to be a bit backwards like that, but we are in Eversong. Then we will go to Zulaman. Why does this keep moving spot? Swear with how much Blizzard charge, subs, expansions, shop services, etc. They should be like A quality for everything. They do love their money. It has to be said. They are pretty fond of money. TSM and Auctionator do the same thing. Fundamentally, yeah. They help you with auction house sort of stuff. TSM does a lot more than just that. Hey, a Majestic hide. Yoink. Streamer privilege. I really wouldn't get bogged down in too many add-ons until you have a good idea of exactly what you're doing with the crafting side of things. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel that you're quite novice to gold making, and because of that, I wouldn't worry too much about add-ons yet. Figure out how figure out how the systems work. Play around, play around with the professions a little bit. Do a bit of farming. There's plenty of time to stack add-ons on top when you have more of an idea of the systems. It's like I said, add-ons don't make you gold. Oh, what? Who's this dude? Hello? Who's this dude? Random ass rare turning up. Was not prepared. Here's me trying to do some skinning.
Let's make sweet profit together.
Kang with the gifties. Thank you very much. Appreciate those. Thank you very much for spending them here. Enjoy your little pet.
Let's make sweet profit together.
Prospecting sucks. Always losing gold. I don't know how many people are making gold on it. Full spec blue tools. Prospecting again is like an add-on. It's a tool. With the way the game is structured these days, you shouldn't expect to make gold with a processing type build. The reason you have processing builds like milling and like prospecting and like recycling is to help you shave off a little bit of cost of like the finished goods crafting. most of the time these days, you're not going to be able to spin that much profit from a processing thing, unfortunately. Just because everybody's on an equal footing. Thaumaturgy was different in the War Within because Thaumaturgy was such a ridiculous numbers game that most people just didn't understand it. That gave a little bit more... that gave a little bit more opportunity. Whoa, that thing skinned well. Plus, there's the real significant problem with prospecting right now that flipping nobody wants gems. You got to remember that. You got to remember that the actual need for gems is very, very slim. The only real need for gems right now is from other jewel crafters that are leveling up jewel crafting. So that's going to really put a limiting factor to how much of it's needed. There are some ring and neck orders starting to come through because people do have their first access to their first sparks. But that's a real trickle of demand so far. Big business for jewel crafting kicks in when two things happen, actually. When the alchemists start crafting all of their potions, flasks, and all of that sort of good stuff. When that goes into like mass production mode, the need for glass just skyrockets. And of course, the gem market kind of requires people to get some good gear and want to spend some gold putting some good gems in it. Which will happen soon. It's just not really happening much now. Loved Thaumaturgy. Yeah, Thaumaturgy was really cool. I am kind of like, of all of the like cuts, of all of the cost savings, of all of the cuts, I tend to think that Thaumaturgy was one of the biggest losses. Thaumaturgy was very clever. And it is kind of a bit of a shame that they took it out. Which I think it won't be too long before we see the effects of not having something like Thaumaturgy. Because the Thaumaturgy was really good at making sure that no one single material got too cheap or in turn too expensive. It allowed like a normalization of price of materials, kind of keeping them all sort of useful. Now, unfortunately, not the fault of Thaumaturgy, but skinning was so... you could yield so flipping hard with skinning because of 2x4 farming skinning that it did kind of nuke the value of doing any sort of herbing or mining, because you could just skin far more efficiently, and the 2x4 skinning farms did that the entire expansion. And then you run it through the alchemy Thaumaturgy mill, and then you got all of your other basic materials and herbs and ore and whatever. So it did kind of take a lot of value from some of the other gathering professions. But that's a balance problem. That wasn't a problem with Thaumaturgy as a system. That was just the fact that Blizzard made it so that you could get flipping 3,000 pieces of leather in an hour as opposed to 500 herbs. So, you know, one was always going to be better than the other. That wasn't really Thaumaturgy's fault. But as a system, it was really clever. And it's kind of a bit of a shame that they nuked it, to be honest. It was just a spec within a profession. It, you know, it wasn't anything that you had to do if you're an alchemist, per se. It was just like a nice, cool little way to balance the economy sort of semi-naturally. But rest in peace. Ripperonis. Majestic hides going for right now. Look at look at my sale data. Bought one at 41,000 gold, sold one at 21,000 gold, now selling another at like 10,000 gold. Flipping change in price of these is wild. Gems are going pretty decent actually, but obviously not as big as when Season 1 starts. I mean, you always sell it, you know, you'll always sell some in. Right, got one more dude to do some skinning on. See if we can get some, go on, another Majestic would be nice. A Majestic on 2 characters out of 3 would be good. I really should set up some more of these, shouldn't I? Yeah, we're lurking in the middle of the sea, in the middle of the lands. This isn't even the big dude, there's just a random ass mob. Why is this dude got no gear? Yeah, flipping remix tunes. Even now my game's lagging balls for some reason. What's going on? With only one account open, why is shit going real loopy doopy right now? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. My PC doesn't seem to be that stressed by anything. Something real weird's going on with the game at the moment. Seems to have these random big ass stutters. It's these damn indie companies again. Damn indie companies. What do I use for the weekly treasures? This came up in conversation earlier today. Zulaman seems to be a preferred place to farm them. Because also, once you've farmed your treasures there, it seems to continue to be a good place to get your Dundon shards as well. People were testing earlier, and it appears, for some reason, I've not tested this myself, but people are claiming that once you've gained your weekly treasures for your profession, you start to see more treasures in Zulaman as well, which is kind of odd. Now I know that doesn't particularly help you for the farming of treasures in the first place, but if you're going to go to one zone and do something, Zulaman seems to be a good option. Second wheel is more OP than the first. Don't max the first wheel. Wait, what are we talking about?
Many are still recovering from the Twilight's blade attack. Help us gather herbs around the shrine of Coolsey for medicine.
Oh, you mean the skinning tree? Is that what we're talking about? Like this one. Like the Majestic Materials one. Yeah, this gives you a bunch of perception as well, doesn't it? You have the chance to receive double the Majestic Materials. It's hard to join the guild. I'm not on a character right now that can do invites. But when I'm on one, I can do invites, or any. There's a few officers in the guild that can do invites, or you can invite yourself with your own alts as well. It's I've tried to make it pretty easy to jump in the guild if needs be. How you doing, Mr. Goldson? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good is the state of crafting in Midnight? I mean, it's fun. It's new. Your mileage may vary when it comes to, like, you know, like I said, profitability is the luxury for those who work hard. If you find a gap, if you find a niche, you go that extra mile, you'll probably find yourself more profit. They're simpler. There's less room to find that advantage, which is clearly causing some people to really find it difficult to spin a profit. But like I've tried to mention, I wouldn't worry about it too much. The expansion's 4 minutes old. I mean, the fact that the season hasn't even begun yet, you know, half the opportunity is not even there yet. This is why mostly I'm just kind of tinkering with things at the moment. Making sure I keep up with knowledge points, doing the sort of, you know, getting the setup done, farming my treasures. I'm setting up a few spare professions so that if I want to quickly spec into something that kind of, you know, comes out the woodwork and is important or valuable to have, it's easily done. No juice on this dude, though. Not today. We got a couple of furs from somewhere. Smashing the abundance event like a madman. We did it a bit earlier, and it just seemed like it was a slideshow simulator, unfortunately for me. No real enjoyment in doing that. I'm gonna obviously need to do it a bunch of time on a bunch of crafters, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really looking forward to doing the abundance thing all that much if it's gonna be an absolute laggy mess. We'll have to see how that goes out though. How that plays out. Right, I'm level 88. Can't be sitting at level 88. 88 is not allowed. Not allowed. I've got to get my main character to 90 at least. I might put half an hour into leveling. Knowledge points and recipes alone require so much mal. Well, I mean, that's a good reason to maybe do the abundance event. It's a super quick pinnacle cache, isn't it? Which is going to give you a bunch of gold and void light and other stuff. Oh my god, look at my poor bags. My poor bags. Keep putting off setting up this TSM profile as well. I really need to do that. I'm actually going to just get this dude some levels. I might need to I need to go run some delves and stuff, you know, to be honest. Did I get the... I've got the renown on this dude as much as I need to. That 560 Jawncraft is Moxy, actually. Welcome to the world of distractions. What does Jawncrafting... What's Jawncrafting missing, Moxy-wise? Not really much of anything, is it? I'm not going professional. I was going to do that on another one. I was going to do that on one of my bonus Jawncrafters. What is my path for this Jawncrafter in the next couple of weeks? I need to finish building out this dude's prospecting, which is another 20 points here. So that's next week's knowledge points. Then we should probably also spec into crushing at the same time, so eventually I can do it all on this one dude. So actually, I don't really have any use for Moxy quite a while on this character, if at all. And I will eventually... Yeah, I'm not going to burn... But for half a second there, I was contemplating burning 600 Moxy into a bag. That's not a good idea, is it? Because I'll want all of these recipes on this dude eventually. I probably shouldn't waste it, even though I can't get good at crafting these for a while. Okay. Welcome to the world of distractions. Queue for a dungeon. Random ass dungeon. Queue for a dungeon. What are we going to do to keep ourselves busy while we queue for a dungeon? More fishing. More fishing. Get this fishing skill leveled. I'm at the point actually where doing one of every delve is not a bad idea for the last level and a bit. The dungeon queue's like 6 minutes. Okay. Dungeon queues, even for DPS, are down to 6 minutes. You can tell it's the weekend. That was like 12 minutes yesterday. You should do fishing in the Zulaman for 100k an hour while you queue dungeons. Do chest runs when it's up on a route. And farm when it's down. Fish, sell the blues. Steady 50k on fish and 100k if you get rares. I mean, that's some pretty big numbers. That's some pretty big numbers. What, I've not looked into fishing really at all. I'm just doing this because I should. Not to get distracted by a fishing-shaped squirrel. But are we, oh, hang on. I've just realised I can do invites now. Well, can't I? Is it still the same that you need a certain amount of fishing skill to fish in the other zones? Recommended skill 1 for Eversong Woods. Then it's going to be, what do you say, Zulaman, 100 skill. Hunt or be hunted defines the rules of Zulaman. Highly aggressive fish offer increased risk and reward for anglers ready to accept greater challenges. So what's the money here? Pools found in this zone: surface ripple, obscured school, hunter surge, viscous void, careless cargo, lost treasures. How's it steady 50k on fish? Just noticed that Wowhead did an article about the Weaver buff. Guess it's going to be gone soon. Yeah, maybe. Most of the gold you make in Zulaman is mainly 220 blues that you sell. And knowing chest routes. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of get people wanting the Weaver buff thing to not work. I mean, I'm kind of on that. I'm kind of on that train, to be honest. I don't want to have to spend my entire life in last expansion's capital city just because it increases my production rate by 30%. That just seems mental, right? Seems kind of crazy to me. I would happily see that getting squished. 3,600 experience for whacking a tree. Fuck fishing, boys and girls. I'm gonna level by lumbering. Level by lumbering. That's the play.
A large attack only causes the light bloom to spread. A few striking the most dangerous. That is best.
Level via lumbering. Gathering Herbie Miney seems like a good way to level. You're not wrong. You just casually want another couple of 90s. Herb mining, whack some trees. Gotta be value in that, surely. Around 60k an hour fishing on 3 accounts, nowhere near the 50k just fishing on a single account, even with high prices. Been fishing most days. The Majestic Beast lures has got to be anything that goes anywhere near those. Got to be cash money right now. Make sure you /sit when you open water fish in Zulaman. It makes the blood hunters not spawn to attack you. Really? Oh god. Do you reckon that's intended? If you sat down to fish. Well, there's a life lesson, boys and girls. If you're going to play with your rod, always sit down. Never play with your rod standing up. Flipping hell. Explain how I got 130 Moxy in my 2 new professions at level 1. Yes, you farmed the treasures. 24 knowledge points times 5 is 120 something. Quick napkin maths. We like kill the stragglers before we or more. In the tank here, but this is messy. Messy. Not even I'm gonna go Team Ronaldo, it's this messy. For sure it'll have the most demand in the long run by like 10x. Oh, the hide. It's the hide, I think, that's used in quite a lot of the enchants and stuff. Which, yeah, for sure will be where the eventual money's at. But there's a bit of there seems to be a relatively even distribution of them right now. Because I think most of the time they're going into profession gear. Yeah, as soon as they start being consumed for endgame enchants and stuff, I think the hide is the big one. I need to level my Skinner, like, actually properly. That's probably part 1 of this. I'll get this dude to 90, because I just feel stupid at this point not having my main character max level. Then I think the next character we'll level after this will probably be the Skinner. It's a paladin, so it's like it's kind of fun to level. And then having my main Skinner be level 90 as well there's the possibility then to spin up 80 additional skinners if I can find the enthusiasm. If the market doesn't fall out its own ass in a few days. It'll be one of those, I'll wait until, you know, I'll wait so long that the game's over, but... What are we doing here? Who reset it? Okay, sure. And now this dude is bugged. Fucking hell, Blizz. Fix your game. Oh, shit. Okay, we go again. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's too much like hard work on a Saturday afternoon, this is. I'm at that weird stage as well, like level 88, that weird stage where you just do negative damage. You actually feel like you're a hindrance by being here. Like, you kind of understand that you're taking the spot of somebody that could be doing damage right now. Do we think they're ever going to be able to fix this? That kind of annoying feeling of as you level up, you just get weaker and weaker and weaker until you ding max level. It's not as prominent this time round, but it's definitely noticeable. That, like, the first couple of levels, you just feel like a god as you're running around in last expansion's bisque gear. By level 88, I hit like a wet fish and genuinely feel as if I'm holding the group back. It's not the feeling you want in a dungeon. First time you got 600 unalloyed instead of 900. Ouch. Get wrecked. Delete character, start again. Game's ruined. That's it, it's done install. I need to get this dude dinged because the Dundon tracker overlapping my experience bar. Whew, can't have that. That's gross. That's absolutely disgusting. Totally unplayable. Come get me, bitch. Are you meant to walk him over the vines? Or are you meant to avoid the vines? I don't know. Surely the vines slow him down, right? Or have I, is that the only way to get rid of the vines? Look at me pretending to care about mechanics. What is today?
They can take us
I like this mage's name, by the way. Gigapad. Yup. Where's my phone, actually? I need to make sure I don't miss a call off the wife. Oh, don't stand in whatever that is. So basically all my alts without early access Dundons, I can just delete them. Yeah, sack them off. New account. Go again. Start on NA. You know, 4 days in, dead game. Just we'll just pretend we're a standard Reddit post and just doom. Subreddit makes me giggle, man. Are we gonna really regret not killing the rest of the trash first? Since we might. Oh, fuck. I touched the nado. Never touch the nado. He's standing the heel. He interrupts off cooldown. What have I been targeted with here? What's going on? Hunter standing in the heel. Race to world first level. Hunter doing mechanics. Can't be. Not very well, mind. What we call a conservative effort. Just enough to... You see? Who was it? Ramesh Ranganathan. He's a UK comedian, so outside the UK you might not be aware of him. But one of his funniest sketches... I think I've mentioned this on the stream before. One of his funniest sketches is he talks about being married with his wife. And he talks about the fact that now that he's married, he doesn't have to try. He can get fat, he can get ugly, he doesn't have to try. He can be as irritating as he likes. He just needs to be slightly less irritating than divorce proceedings, and he's good. And that's kind of how I feel with dungeons sometimes. Just do just enough so you don't get kicked. Job done. Absolutely job done. Be slightly less annoying than having to put forward a kick a kick vote. Don't need to know mechanics. You don't need to do anything over and above. You don't need to pop cooldowns. You don't need to know when to lust. You definitely don't need to use consumables. You just need to be slightly less annoying than having to kick you. If you do that, Gucci, mate. Absolutely Gucci. I can feign out of this, but my phone's on cooldown. Doesn't seem to do any more than tickle me anyway. So apparently you can still not get alloy from the abundance. Got ported out and got nothing. Got ported out? Did you like disconnect or something? Seems weird to get put. Why would you get ported out? I do wonder if Blizzard's gonna do anything about the abundance and its kind of like weirdness. But the problem is I know full well that Blizzard just doesn't care. Like, it's not something that like, it matters to us because we're trying to keep on top of keeping our crafting professions in good order and stuff, but we're such a minority in this, it's not even funny. Like, in the grand scheme of things, nobody cares if abundance isn't giving out the right amount of currency, which is reason to why there won't be any song and dance or stink made of it. Which is kind of why I'm of the belief they probably won't do anything. Of course, I would love to see them fix it, but, you know. Had one run that didn't port me out, didn't give me a reward. Yeah, it's kind of a bit frustrating, isn't it? I can understand the annoyance. We got this one. First time collection. Need. Roll for main spec. And we lost with an 86. Ah, fucking shamans. Stupid 95 shamans. Get out of it. Alright, let's queue for another. We've got time for one more. What was I doing? I was randomly flying around doing something. What was I doing before we... I have no idea. What were we doing before we went in the dungeon? Actually, no idea. With the skinning moat farms going on, I don't know if I did the right thing, but I invested 1 mil for each of the moats. Is that a good idea? I mean, I don't often heavily speculate on materials much, but I can't see the price of moats getting any cheaper, can you? You know, so look at it this way. If you buy up a bunch of moats right now, if they only go to 10 gold each, you double your money. So it's like, I'm even if I'm like not correct in my assumption, and I'm thinking they're going to go much higher than that because the demand for moats just is non-existent right now. But like, you can see that's going to change. It doesn't even feel like it's a speculative thing. Like, nobody's crafting large quantities of high-end gear right now. Because nobody's selling large quantities of high-end gear. And because nobody's crafting or selling large quantities of high-end gear, there isn't really any demand for moats right now. Hence why they're incredibly cheap. Now, there is the theory that supply will forever and a day outstrip demand. But if you've ever played any expansion launch before, and you've ever paid any attention to what happens on season launch, you'll also understand that the amount of farming that happens soon as the season launches, like, the amount of farming cuts in half literally overnight. And at the very same time, anything that's predominantly used in endgame crafting starts to see humongous demand. So you have, like, the absolute perfect scenario for materials like that to flip on their head in terms of value. They go from being massively overfarmed whilst nobody wants them to massively underfarmed when everybody does want them. Like, it feels like a pretty safe bet. If safe bets existed, which they don't, this is not sound financial advice. This is speculation. But if, you know, this is one of those things where the math is really mathing in its favour. And even if they don't go, you know, too crazy, I mean, fuck, moats are like 5 gold a piece right now. What's the worst that could... I mean, the worst that could happen is they go to 0. But nothing's ever going to go to 0 because people stop farming them. So, I don't know. Like I said, I tend not to like talk too publicly about this sort of investment speculation-y kind of stuff, but I think something would have to... Something absolutely wild would have to happen for me to not be right on this one. Why is it not giving me credit for killing these casters? Oh, it is. That's fine. What zone do we feel is the best for treasures across crafters? Zolaman feels like the best. It's presenting itself as a good one. Good for treasures. Also has the chance, an increased chance by the looks of things for Dundon shards. Seems to be a bit of a 2 birds, 1 stone situation. Wouldn't be surprised if Diffuser's got hard nerfed at some point too. And that, you know, Diffusers do seem to be significantly more powerful than herbing or mining. And on top of what we saw at the tail end of the beta, I mean, let's not forget that the flipping Diffusers didn't even work on the beta until like a week before the game went live. Then they finally managed to fix them in a hotfix. Then when they hotfixed them, they first started off by not even being consumed on use. They then fixed that, and then the game went live. So it had about 4 minutes of testing. And I absolutely don't think they'll be that happy with, you know, the final outcome of it. Considering what they know from what skinning does historically. You know, 2x4 skinning is a significantly more powerful way to farm materials than any sort of herbing or mining. So, but like I said, I'm not even bothered either way. Like, I don't think it matters even if they don't nerf the skinning. Because people will just get, they'll get bored skinning. The amount of 2x4 farming will decrease. Half the fair weather skinners will disappear to do whatever the next latest and greatest thing is. Even if the value of moat goes up to like 30 gold a piece, there isn't actually that much gold in, you know, in just skinning at that point, weirdly. So it's like, I can't see any possible reason why moats wouldn't go to like significantly higher than they are now. When season launches and people start crafting potions by the literal thousands, they're just going to consume moats so fucking fast. Bots never get tired of skinning. True. True. Bots don't. No, you're right. But I try not to base my decisions in this game on people cheating. Now, that has kind of screwed me a few times over. AKA Dracothists. What the f is going on with this dungeon? Why have we got some absolute kamikaze? What's going on here? What the absolute fuck is going on in this dungeon? flipping paladins down there trying to solo shit, and now he's dead. Fuck. Ah, this is a sack it off kind of dungeon, isn't it? It's all gonna go horribly. Yep, there we go. It's all going horribly wrong. He pulled the entire fucking dungeon, wiped, and then the tank left. Okay, fun times. Let's try that again, shall we? Welcome to a Saturday afternoon dungeon run. Well, I should do this with you guys. Why do I not take advantage of streamer privilege? Why do I not just say, like, yo, somebody come and boost me through these dungeons? Like, why do I not do this? I saw a clip of Towley the other day stating that, like, streamers play what is basically a different game to everybody else. Because most streamers just get handed everything on a plate. You know, open trade, epic. Open trade, 300 gold. Like, I can't remember the other examples he gave, but, like, he's not that wrong. I actually go out my way to try not to take too many streamer benefits. Especially since, you know, the kind of way that we play the game. If people just turned up and gave me gold, or if people just, you know, deliberately bought my auctions or something, kind of discredits a lot of the value of what we talk about. Why am I running dungeons? Just thought it'd be something different to do. Turns out it was a bad idea. I think running dungeons with chat is different to just being handed things, though. Yeah, true. But, you know, it also paints a slightly different picture. Like, for example, there's no, you know, if I wanted to, I could be running high keys every day, and I'd just be boosted through them, because I'm sure there's plenty enough of you guys out there that would just, like, drag me through, like, some proper dungeons. And then, that, you know, that all of a sudden, then I've got better gear. All of a sudden, you know, I just try not to do that too much. And like I said, it's not. It's more to do with, like, you know, legitimacy in a way. If I goal making is one of those things that you kind of, everybody is looking for a way to gain an advantage, but it feels different if, you know, you are clearly just given that advantage, you know? I don't know. We 88 or 89? 88. Damn. Still got one more after this. I really think there is something scuffed with my client or something, though, because I'm only getting 30 FPS in a flipping dungeon, and now this is instance, and there's like 4 other people here. There's no way I should be on 30 FPS. I don't care what anybody says. I mean, I can get 150 FPS with no DLSS in Cyberpunk. There's no way I should be getting 30 FPS in World of Warcraft. It doesn't make any sense. The optimization of this expansion is ass. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing with this poison thing, other than probably not giving it to others. Somebody in this pack that's healing. Weirdly, not a lot seems to be dying. Oh, I'm top of the DPS meters. Oh, well, now we know something's really wrong. If I'm anywhere near the top of the D... And I'm, like I mentioned earlier, I'm at level 88. I am weak source right now. I'm top of the DPS meters. We got issues. Is it that it's the apothecary, isn't it? I bet that dude's fucking doing some sort of weird healing or something. Fuck him up. There we go. I'm on stable 144, not why you're on a constant 30 to 40. Has to be some weird shit that's going on. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I am playing in 4K, but I still should be absolute rock solid 60. I've got graphic settings on like 3. This is, you know, something's weird. Stop your background applications. I stopped the Razer one and all my problems went away. Oh, I don't have a Razer product anywhere near my computer. Like I said, I'll diagnose it and I'll figure it out later. I'm not going to start messing around with stuff on stream. It's just odd. Okay. Latch and Callus. I'm here. Oh, clever. You point it at the other mob so he yoinks it in. Clever. I think I've done this dungeon before. Where are we? Windrunner's Spire. Come here. Top pingage and all. Move. I know we're in combat, but the detail of the instructions here. Move. Move, mate. Alright, sure. Move. Focus Callus first. Keep them separated. Derelict duo tactics. Must be some add-on or something. Did I get a piece of gear there? I swear I did. Was it these? Yeah.
She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
You know what I should have done? One thing I didn't think of, I should have just tagged along with all of Drizzling Rose's. She's grinding levels. And she's healing everything as well, which is like insta-Q. I think she's got like 5, 6, 7 max level characters now or something. She's blasting. What is this dude like spamming random fucking trivia about? This has got to be some add-on that's doing this, right? There's no way in the middle of combat. I mean, it could be why he's doing half the damage everybody else, but like, it's got some random ass RP trivia-based shit going on. Either that or he's copy-pasting Wowhead comments, yeah. He's online now. Oh, this is my last dungeon. I'm gonna go get me some food. I should have had that blast of wisdom earlier in the day. Sick and tired of farming world quests on alts. People still having a bit of stress about Marl, are they? Is it still a bit of a big deal? I mean, I guess if there's a bunch of recipes you need for them, it's a bit of a problem. But the knowledge point book should be easy business, right? Don't you get enough from you know, a couple of pinnacle cache kind of things to not have to farm world quests? Surely that's the play to get some. Caches are only given 100. World quests give 215. Pinnacle cache is only giving you 100. It should give you more than that, shouldn't it? I swear there's some that are meant to give you like 700 or something. I think the abundance... What's the abundance one giving you? I mean, that's literally a 3-minute pinnacle cache. Maybe, I mean, that could be why they've nerfed that one if that's the case, but there's usually some caches that give a big chunk of them. Kill ads fast. Tank kite now. I don't know if I like this dude's add-on or what, but... Ember Dawn. Oh, hang on. We've somehow managed to do the bosses in the wrong order. Flaming Updraft. What's up, duck? Just don't stand in it, right? Abundance bag was only 100. 17k mile from doing all the stuff on 2 shamans. Spent quite a bit already on top of it. I mean, you'll make people jealous telling people you got 17k mile. You'll get people well jealous. People are running around flipping opening treasure boxes for that shit. That's probably half the reason, to be honest. Treasures are a pain in the ass to find. Because everybody's farming them for stupid 6 mile a go. Donnie was chatting something about kill ads first. I've not seen a single ad. Boss is dead. What ads is he chatting about? Kill ads first.
My sister was also ferocity itself if her family was threatened. Come, we have one more
Quest. Oh, yeah, I've done that. Yeah. It didn't make a blind bit of difference. But yeah, removing the old quest, like, tracking stuff. Yeah, I've tried that. 24 alts that need the knowledge point books can't need any good source. I mean, yeah, if you end up needing like 1500 on each, and even the pinnacle caches are not giving too much, it might just be a bunch of world quests. I mean, 24 alts that need the knowledge point. Like, do you really need the 10 points that aggressively on 24 characters? Surely that amount of character, if you definitely don't want to be farming Void Light Marl if you're doing anything that's even remotely concentration based. That sounds like a lot of crafters to be needing that 10 knowledge points. That's a high priority. Or is it? Oh, I suppose it could be for the recipes, couldn't it? Rather than knowledge point books, I suppose. Oh, hello. The wife's calling. Please, old boys and girls, back in two. Aha, the wife is on her way home with Solo Boy. She's been to the shop. I might need to go give her a quick hand in a minute, which might actually coincide nicely with ending the stream today. I wasn't actually planning on streaming today. I'm actually kind of really concerned I'm blowing my voice out. It's a bit itchy, a bit scratchy. Had to go at the vet. Yeah, Solo had his op yesterday. He's a touch lighter. He has let's put it this way, he'll have less of the horn. He was a bit groggy yesterday. He'd had some fucking, doggy painkillers or something, so he was a bit he was blasted, to be honest, yesterday. Poor dog. But he seemed more his normal self this morning, other than the fact he keeps looking for his balls. It's like, where have they gone? I swear they were down here. No, he's got his cone of shame, and he's got to chill out, which is why the wife took him today, and I've had the other two. He's not allowed to, no stress for little Solo till his until his ball sack glue has worked. Poor dog. It's in his best interests, though. We don't want an excess amount of puppies. And it would be mighty unfair of him to get the horn every day, having two bitches running around the house. That's why I'm wearing pink today. In solidarity. And some in Women's Day, some in. Satellite reception is amazing. Yeah, he picks up all of the 900 channels. But no, I think Tuesday he'll be with me on Tuesday. You'll get to see him on the stream on Tuesday. He'll have his cone of shame. I think this is the boss we're meant to kill add-on first, right? Ads first. I mean, that's pretty much a rule for all bosses, but... Oh my god. Ugh. Flipping hell. Circles all over the shop. Right, one boss to go. In this dungeon, hurry the truck up. I've got to go in like 2 minutes.
One last task remains.
I ain't going to get any brownie points if I am both streaming on a Saturday and do not go help the wife unload the car after she's been to the shop because I'm running a dungeon. Oh. If you're not married, you won't understand, but happy wife, happy life is so true. A restless heart. Oh, this goes straight into the final boss. Good. Touch arrows to reset stacks. Touch arrows. What stacks? Ain't got no stacks, yo. Inflict a bunch of damage. Okay. Oh. And that also gets rid of all the arrows. Okay. So touch arrow before that. Preferably get the right side of it somehow. Oh, there's the garage door. I'm about to be a bad husband. Wife rage is a real thing. Are we meant to move this to the edge? I usually assume most stuff like that is a move it to the edge job. Touch an arrow, get rid of the stacks. You don't get stunned by that if you touch an arrow and it knocks you up. Clever. Brain doing brain things. I'm getting anxiety for you. I will end the stream the second we kill this dungeon. So, boys and girls, I will do my mini outro and my 30 seconds of shameless promo. Thank you very much for joining today. I appreciate your company. If you haven't already, come check out the mini guides for Midnight in the Discord. I do need to do a little update on them actually with the change to BOE green blues. Might need to reword some of my advice on the profession gear a touch. But yes, thank you all for joining today. I will probably won't be streaming tomorrow. I am gonna have to do some IRL business tomorrow, but we'll be back on Monday. Back on Monday. Come on, down you go, boss. Dead. Beautiful stuff. Right. Ah, and a bow. Love to see it. Thank you, boys and girls. Appreciate it. I'll see you all next time. Peace.
I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do the same. As for myself, I shall fill these halls with music until they return home.